Lincoln Crowley is my name. I'm Senior Counsel assisting this Royal Commission. Commissioners, we have at the outset to commence the hearing to begin with a smoking ceremony and a welcome to country from the Arkilyara Healing Centre in Mbantua, Alice Springs. The video was recorded last week. Due to the hearing being a virtual hearing and no longer able to take place in Alice Springs, we intend the video be played to commence this 16th public hearing of the Royal Commission.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crowley.
Kala. Aman lagi jalan lah. Nak sering kerja kan sport lola dulu. Map. Kalian ini apa? Wajah kerja kan murah untuk wajah. Ini ambaja. Ya isi. So, udah kan ibu. Kaya mana? Kon ba? Daga kat nan to ya. Kali. Hold on a piece of paper. Paper lagi lagi. Paper lagi lagi. Cut nanti orang nampak. Ini ada nama? Ya. Ini ada. Kalah. Okay, just the phone one. Yang itu.
Oh, 괜찮아. Yeah, that's good. Oh, malah dua.
Kalah. My name is Milja Turner. I'm here sitting at Akilira, Aranda Healing Center. Welcome everyone to the Alice Spring Public Hearing for Disability Royal Commission. We acknowledge the traditional owners of Marambanda, the Central Aranda people. We acknowledge that the hearing is very important to us because it will be about First Nation children with disability in out-of-care system and have a focus on out-of-home care here in the Northern Territory. Even though the hearing is online and all you people are not here in Alice Springs like you planned, we are there with you in spirit, wherever you are, everyone who is watching online. Why we're doing smoking, it's a cleansing ceremony. You can see the smoke we are making for you from burning our bush medicine. This is a healing smoke. You can let go of all the things that's weighing down on you, all the bad things that might be hanging around you. Let go of them. This smoke goes up into the atmosphere and travels right around the world. Just feel as if you're here with us in the real smoke. Cleanse yourself in it and get ready for an important work that you have to do today. Kalamora, and we wish you all well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ronald Sackville. I am the chair of the Royal Commission. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone who is or will be following this public hearing, which is the 16th of the Royal Commission into violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation of people with disability. The topic to be examined at this public hearing, as we've heard, is First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. I would therefore particularly like to welcome the large number of First Nations people who I am sure will follow these proceedings. Before asking Commissioner Mason to make the acknowledgement of country, I would like to thank most sincerely the First Nations people from the Healing Centre who have been kind enough to conduct the smoking ceremony that we have just seen and to give the welcome to country. I am very sorry that for reasons that we all know about, it has not been possible for the commissioners, council staff and witnesses and others involved in the hearing to be present in person for the smoking ceremony. I hope that circumstances in future will allow us to participate in these events in the way we all hope for. I now invite Commissioner Andrea Mason, OAM, to make the acknowledgement of country.
Thank you, Chair. We acknowledge the First Nations people as the original inhabitants of the lands on which this hearing is sitting. Ngāranga Joka Rurungu Kalyoni Arnungu Kuariba Jara Ninanja Joda Ngora Nangakaka. We recognise Megan Brisbane Ngāranga Ngorkantanani Ngora Megan Brisbane. We recognise the country north and south of the Brisbane River as the home of both the Turrbal and Jagera nations. Ngāranga Ngorkantanani Karo Panya Brisbane River Nya Altjara Mono Olpaira Arnungo Ngora Richa Joda Ninanja Mono Kuari Ninanya Turrbal Mono Jagarana. We pay respect to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. Their land is where the city of Sydney is now located. We also pay respect to the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, where the city of Melbourne is now located. We pay deep respects to all elders, past, present, and future, and especially elders, parents and young people, and children with disability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. I too wish to pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the land on which I am participating in this hearing, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. As I did at public hearing 8, I thank Commissioner Mason on behalf of the Royal Commission for her dedication and persistence in the difficult circumstances that have been created by the pandemic to ensure that the voices of First Nations people with disability are heard by this Royal Commission. Commissioner Mason is participating in the hearing from our Brisbane hearing room. In order to do this, for reasons that are far too complicated to explain, she had to endure a home lockdown in Canberra for 14 days, followed by solitary confinement in a Brisbane hotel for another 14 days. Commissioner Mason, we salute you. I am in the Sydney hearing room of the Royal Commission. As I have indicated, Commissioner Mason is participating in the hearing from our Brisbane hearing room. Commissioner Rhonda Galbally, AC, is participating from her home in Melbourne. The First Nations teams within the Royal Commission and council assisting the Royal Commission and other staff of the Royal Commission have devoted an enormous amount of time and effort to preparing for this hearing. The original intention, as many as you will know, and as we heard in the Welcome to Country, was to hold this public hearing in Alice Springs. This would have enabled members of the public and members of the First Nations community to attend the hearing, and also for commissioners, council assisting, witnesses, and most, if not all, lawyers to be present in the same hearing room. It would also have allowed First Nations witnesses to give evidence in person in Alice Springs, and to do so, of course, in a culturally safe and trauma-informed environment. Events such as the smoking ceremony we have just seen were planned to take place in Alice Springs as a prelude to the hearing in the presence of everyone who was to participate in that hearing. It became, unfortunately, very clear recently that with the extended lockdowns in Sydney and Melbourne and sporadic and unpredictable lockdowns in other areas of the country, it would not be possible to hold the hearing in Alice Springs in person as we had planned. I know that decision came as a considerable disappointment to the First Nations teams and other staff who have been preparing the hearing and working so hard to do so. I'm sure that it has also been very disappointing for the First Nations people who hope to be able to tell their stories in person to the Royal Commission. The result is that this hearing must be held remotely with the assistance of technology, as has really become customary for the hearings of the Royal Commission during the pandemic. It is rather symptomatic of the times in which we are living that the hearing we plan to hold in Alice Springs turns out to involve 3 commissioners in 3 separate locations, none of which happens to be in the Northern Territory. Counsel assisting the Royal Commission, Mr. Lincoln Crowley QC, from whom we have already heard, and Mr. Ben Power and Ms. Avelino Tarago will appear in the Brisbane hearing room. Ms. Rebecca McMahon of Council appears in Sydney. A number of parties have been granted leave to appear at this hearing, and I will shortly take appearances from the representatives of those parties. It is difficult enough to prepare a public hearing to be conducted in person at a single location, and this is particularly the case when evidence is to be given by First Nations people, including First Nations people with disability, from various locations, and those locations may actually be in remote areas. The difficulties are increased substantially when the hearing has to be conducted remotely, as this one is to be conducted, and even more so when the arrangements that were in place have to be changed close to the hearing. I wish to express appreciation on behalf of the Commissioners to our council assisting, our staff, including solicitors, members of the policy team, the engagement staff and councillors who have worked tirelessly to ensure that this hearing can proceed and that it can do so in a manner that allows First Nations people and First Nations people with disability to give evidence in a culturally safe and trauma-informed way. A great deal of thought has been given into the presentation of evidence. Some witnesses will appear remotely. Some have provided pre-recorded evidence, and there will be, I'm informed, at least one witness who will appear in person from the Brisbane hearing room. The evidence today will be given in pre-recorded form from a number of witnesses. In the Royal Commission's interim report, which was published in October 2020, in some ways that seems an awfully long time ago, we recorded data showing that First Nations people, including children, have significantly higher rates of disability than the non-Indigenous population of this country. We also explained the multiple forms of disadvantage that have affected First Nations people with disability and exposed them to greater risk of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Those disadvantages include the impact of colonisation involving the dispossession of First Nations people, forced assimilation, marginalisation, intergenerational trauma, and not least, the removal of children from families and communities. The disadvantages also include social and economic experiences of people, First Nations people, and especially First Nations people with disability, manifested in poverty, inadequate housing, and poor health. These issues have been themes throughout the Royal Commission's hearings. Public Hearing 8, for example, to which I've already referred, investigated the removal of First Nations children with disability from their parents, families, and communities through the child protection systems of the states and the territories. The starting point for that investigation was the gross overrepresentation of First Nations people, especially First Nations people with disability, in the child protection systems. The starting point for this hearing, as Mr. Crowley will explain in more detail, is the gross overrepresentation of First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. Data compiled by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare in 2019-20, for example, indicates that over 40% of the 46,000 children in out-of-home care in Australia were First Nations children. A substantial proportion of First Nations children in out-of-home care are children with disability. The fundamental task that faces this Royal Commission is to investigate violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation of people with disability, including, of course, First Nations people with disability, who are specifically referred to in our terms of reference. We must, of course, recognise, take account of the historical causes of the unacceptable extent to which First Nations children with disability are exposed to violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation, including when those experiences occur in out-of-home care. But our job is to go further. It is to develop workable proposals that will, at least over time, bring about transformational change in the circumstances that now prevail. The focus of this hearing will be on the experiences of First Nations children in out-of-home care and the measures needed to address the systemic issues that may lead to violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. This will be done in part through 3 case studies involving the specific experiences of First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care, These cases concern the out-of-home care systems in the Northern Territory, Western Australia and Tasmania. As you would expect, the identities of these children will be protected and pseudonyms will be used. A number of witnesses have prepared very detailed statements that will be presented in evidence in the course of the hearing over 6 days. These witnesses include representatives of state and territory authorities responsible for administering out-of-home care systems. The issues to be canvassed at this hearing, again, as Mr. Crowley will explain in more detail, are of very great importance to First Nations people with disability. As with Public Hearing 8, this is an opportunity to move along a path that has been marked out but has been insufficiently travelled. The hearing represents yet another significant phase in the work of the Royal Commission and the contributions of First Nations people with disability to that work. Mr. Crowley, if you would care to perhaps announce your appearance formally, and then I'll take the appearances from other parties and then invite you to make your opening statement.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Lincoln Crowley. I'm Senior Counsel assisting this Royal Commission. In this hearing, I will appear with Mr. Ben Power, Ms. Evelina Tarago here in Brisbane Hearing Room, and with Ms. Rebecca McMahon of Council from Sydney. We are instructed by the Office of the Solicitor assisting the Royal Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowley. There are quite a number of parties that have been given leave to appear at this hearing, and I will ask them to announce their appearances, starting with the Commonwealth of Australia or the Australian Government.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dighton. I appear for the Commonwealth, instructed by Gilbert and Tobin.
Thank you, Mr. Dighton. State of New South Wales.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gail Furness and I appear with Brent Glover, instructed by the Crown Solicitor's Office for the State of New South Wales.
Thank you, Ms. Furness. The State of Queensland.
Yes. Good morning, Chair. My name is Macmillan, initials KA Queen's Counsel, and I appear with Ms. Chloe Hesse, instructed by Crown Law.
Thank you, Ms. Macmillan. The State of Western Australia. We can't hear you. You may have to unmute yourself or take other action to ensure we can follow you. We still can't hear, so I'll adopt a variation of the practice of the High Court at the moment and announce that Mr. Is it Bider? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Commissioner.
Well, now we can hear you, so you can do it all by yourself.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Bitter. With Ms. Buller, I appear for Western Australia, instructed by the State Solicitor for Western Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Bitter. The State of Victoria.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rebecca Bedford from Minter Ellison Lawyers, and I appear on behalf of the State of Victoria.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Bedford. The Northern Territory.
Please, the Commission. My name is Chalmers and I appear for the Northern Territory on instructions from Solicitor for the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Ms. Chalmers. I believe that the State of South Australia has been given leave to appear but will not be appearing by representatives. If this is wrong, someone will no doubt tell me. On the assumption that what I've said is just correct, can we take the appearance from the State of Tasmania? Well, it appears that Tasmania has, I know that Tasmania has been given leave to appear, and if there is an appearance, that can be taken later. Thank you very much. Mr. Crowley.
Thank you, Chair. Can I commence by saying on behalf of Council assisting that we acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians for the various lands on which we participate in this public hearing. We pay our respects to First Nations elders past, present and emerging, as well as to all First Nations people involved in and following this public hearing. This is the 16th public hearing of the Royal Commission and the second that will specifically focus on the experiences of First Nations people with disability. This hearing will be conducted over 6 days, commencing today, 17 September, concluding next Friday, 24 September. It will examine the experiences of First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care and the experiences of their families and the carers of those children. Public hearing 16 follows on from earlier public hearing 8, which examined the experiences of First Nations parents with disability in contact with child protection systems. This hearing again does so with the terms of Article 23 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in mind, and in particular Article 23, Item 4, which provides state parties shall ensure that a child shall not be separated from his or her parents against their will, except when competent authorities subject to judicial review determine, in accordance with applicable law and procedures, that such separation is necessary for the best interests of the child. In no case shall a child be separated from parents on the basis of a disability of either the child or one or both of the parents. As we have heard, this hearing is being conducted as a virtual hearing from the Commission's hearing room here in Brisbane. Whilst Commissioner Mason, myself and other council assisting the Commission will be present here in Brisbane, we will use a range of different technologies to facilitate this virtual hearing to connect to witnesses, commissioners and other participants from Alice Springs, Darwin, Perth, Sydney, Canberra and elsewhere. The hearing is open and accessible to the public. It can be followed live on web stream on the Disability Royal Commission website. Some witnesses will give their evidence in person here from the Brisbane hearing room. Others will give their evidence via audio-visual link, and others still by pre-recorded statements. The manner in which each witness will give their evidence varies depending on the particular circumstances and the individual wishes of that witness. It is with much disappointment that this hearing has not been able to be held at Mbantua on Aranda lands as originally intended. Unfortunately, due to the continuing COVID pandemic, health and safety considerations, it was not feasible for the Commission to hold a public hearing at a location which would have required many persons to travel, including across state and territory borders during this uncertain and unpredictable time. Although this virtual hearing is instead being held here at Meanjin, Brisbane, it will feature issues and personal stories told by First Nations witnesses that are of significance to the wider community and First Nations people throughout the whole of Australia. The Disability Royal Commission's terms of reference require the Commission to have regard to the particular situation of First Nations people with disability. That particular situation is complex and, amongst other things, is a product of our pre- and post-colonisation history, past and present laws and policies, and cultural and socio-economic factors, and the personal circumstances of First Nations people with disability. As Commissioner Mason said in her opening remarks for Public Hearing 8, and remarks which apply equally to the matters of the subject of Public Hearing 16, this week we will hear First Nations people with disability speak with cultural authority about growing up living in Australia as First Nations people, as First Nations people with disability and as Australian citizens. This intersectionality is important to mention at the beginning of this hearing because First Nations people with disability walk in three worlds: the First Nations world, the disability world, and as Australians in Australian society. This combination means that they are more likely to both experience racism and ableism, that unfortunate coalescence can and does have far-reaching impacts. In keeping with our terms of reference, Public Hearing 16 will continue the specific focus and inquiry into the particular situation of First Nations people with disability as we listen to First Nations voices. In doing so, we bear in mind and are guided by and acknowledge Article 21 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which provides Indigenous peoples have the right without discrimination to the improvement of their economic and social conditions, including, inter alia, in the areas of education, employment, vocational training and restraining, housing, sanitation, health, and social security. States shall take effective measures and, where appropriate, special measures to ensure continuing improvement of their economic and social conditions. Particular attention is to be paid to the rights and special needs of Indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities. As with Public Hearing 8, the matters to be examined in Public Hearing 16 have been identified as key issues and concerns for First Nations peoples and communities throughout Australia. The Commission has continued to listen and respond to the voices of First Nations people in the conduct of this inquiry. The topic and scope of this public hearing emerged from a review of all materials received by the Royal Commission through private sessions, submissions, responses to issues papers, First Nations specific workshops, and all forms of community consultation and engagement, and through the advice and wisdom provided by the First Nations Peoples Strategic Advisory Group. It has consistently been identified through all of these forums as an area of importance of First Nations communities and First Nations peoples with disability. The COVID pandemic has not only affected our ability to hold this public hearing at Mparntwe in Central Australia, but has also continued to have a significant impact on our ability to engage in person with the community and other stakeholders as we further the work of the Commission. Travel and face-to-face meetings have been severely impeded by border closures, lockdowns, and the need to ensure that we carry out our business safely for all concerned. We have nevertheless remained committed to the important task of bringing forward the experiences and stories of First Nations people with disability into this inquiry, and we have adapted the means and methods of our engagement to permit this work to continue. It is imperative that this Royal Commission hears the stories of First Nations people with disability told by First Nations people. A true understanding of the experiences of First Nations people with disability can only come from listening with honesty and respect to the stories and accounts of First Nations people, particularly those with disability. Positive change for First Nations people with disability can only come from responding to the issues and concerns of First Nations people with disability as told by First Nations people. That is why it is vital, regardless of the current difficult circumstances, that we enable First Nations people with disability to participate and be heard through giving evidence at public hearings. The Commission encourages all First Nations people, particularly those with lived experience as First Nations people with disability, who have something to say about the Commission and the issues the Commission will examine, to engage with the Commission, to come forward and to be involved and to speak up, and they will be heard. In my opening address for Public Hearing 8, I described the Commission's examination of the particular situation of First Nations people with disability as a journey with a purpose. The ultimate purpose through this Commission being to bring positive change to the lives of our mob, First Nations people with disability who experience or are at risk of violence, abuse, neglect, or exploitation because they are First Nations people with disability. This hearing continues that journey and seeks to serve that purpose as it continues to examine the experiences of First Nations people with disability from a life course perspective. The course of a life is dictated by the available pathways and the ability to decide which path to follow. For First Nations children with disability and out-of-home care, for their family, their carers, and others who support them, and for child protection caseworkers, the available pathways are sometimes limited, and decisions about which path to take are seldom straightforward. All Commission hearing staff, council assisting, are committed to the task of assisting the Commissioners to examine the issues and concerns of First Nations people with disability that will be raised in this hearing, and to enable the Commissioners to understand what may need to change and why it must change, and to make the necessary recommendations that will provide positive pathways for First Nations people with disability in the future. Public Hearing 16 will hear First Nations children with disability and their family members and carers and others share their stories of their experiences of First Nations children in out-of-home care, First Nations children with disability. Although the stories we'll hear are individual stories told by different people from different places, they come through shared circumstances. We will see and hear common underlying themes that emerge from their collective experiences, including inconsistent and at times uncoordinated decision-making in respect of removals, placements and care plans for First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care, lack of understanding and appreciation of cultural considerations and the impact of personal and intergenerational trauma upon First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care and upon their families and communities. Lack of specialised knowledge and ability to identify and assess disability for First Nations children entering into or within out-of-home care, and consequent risks of misdiagnosis or underdiagnosis. And the inability to access and receive the provision of timely and culturally appropriate disability services and supports for First Nations children with disability and for their carers and families. We will hear about the importance of First Nations families, communities and culture in the care, support and development of First Nations children with disability. In particular, we will hear about the important role within family and culture of First Nations grandparents and how for many First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care, grandparents perform the critical role of family or kinship carers. We will investigate models for the design and delivery of holistic disability services and supports that are community-centred, trauma-informed and culturally appropriate for First Nations children with disability and their families. We will consider also a particular aspect of residential out-of-home care, secure care environment, and we will examine its rationales, necessity, cultural safety and appropriateness, and its therapeutic value for the most vulnerable children who are in out-of-home care, those being First Nations children with complex needs requiring intensive intervention. Finally, our inquiry will consider, and as always be guided by, the relevant available data with respect to First Nations children with disability. Good data is essential for setting goals, measuring successes against these goals, and holding governments, organisations and others accountable for delivering on those goals. Without good data, it is not possible to know whether double discrimination that First Nations people with disability experience in other aspects of their lives is also reflected in the experiences of First Nations children with disability and their families and carers in respect of out-of-home care environments. Without good data, it's impossible to know or measure the necessity or demand for services and supports, and to identify where that necessity or demand exists, and to understand the reasons why there is such necessity or demand. Crucially, without good data, it's impossible to determine the levels of funding that may be required to address need and demand, and where and how those funds might best be directed. Despite the obvious importance of good data, our work to date tends to indicate a lack of high quality data in significant areas. We have observed this too in other hearings. In Public Hearing 6, which looked at the experiences of people with disability during COVID, Public Hearing 8, which considered educational neglect of children with disability, and also in Public Hearing 8, which looked at the experiences of First Nation parents with disability in contact with child protection systems. In advance of this hearing, the Disability Royal Commission sought relevant data from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. An analysis of national level data we received from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare will be received into evidence during this hearing. The national level data is drawn from data provided by all Australian states and territories' child protection data sets, and is of particular significance because this data has not been published previously. The available data portrays the stark reality of the overrepresentation of First Nations children in out-of-home care and the consequent overrepresentation of First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. The Australian Bureau of Statistics reported that 22% of First Nations children have a disability, compared to 8% in the general population. In adulthood, that increases to 48% of First Nations adults aged 18 and over, compared to 13% in the general population. According to the most recent report of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, issued on child protection in Australia, Indigenous children continue to be overrepresented among children receiving child protection services, including for substantiated child abuse and neglect, children in care and on care and protection orders, and children in out-of-home care. In 2019 and 2020, First Nations children received child protection services at almost 8 times the rate of that for non-First Nations children. A rate of 166 children per 1,000 compared with 21 children per 1,000 for non-First Nations children. First Nations children were nearly 11 times as likely as non-First Nations children to be living in out-of-home care. The national level data provided by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare shows that of the 45,996 children in out-of-home care in 2019-2020, there were 18,862 First Nations children, accounting for almost 41% of all children in out-of-home care, significantly higher than the approximately 6% of the total child population in Australia who are First Nations. This indicates that First Nations children are entering out-of-home care at a much higher rate than non-First Nations children. Of the total number of First Nations children in out-of-home care, 14% were reported as children with disability, indicating that the share of those who have a reported disability appears to be consistent regardless of First Nation status. However, given that the proportion of both First Nations and non-First Nations children with an unknown disability status in the data sets sits at around 42 to 43%, this data should be used with some caution as it likely underrepresents the true proportion of children with disability in out-of-home care. The high proportion of children with unknown disability status is related to a key issue which will be explored through the evidence in this hearing. That is, that disability amongst First Nations children out of home care is misdiagnosed, underdiagnosed, or not assessed. The share of First Nations children with disability receiving foster or kinship care placements at 83%, according to the data, is lower than First Nations children without disability at 94%. First Nations children with disability are much more likely to receive residential care placements than First Nations children without disability, 12% compared to 3% respectively. This insight is also consistent regardless of First Nation status, suggesting a driver of this trend is disability status. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare national data also tells us that children appear to be in out-of-home care for longer periods of time on the basis of both disability and First Nation status. Further, First Nations children with disability are much more likely to have been in 5 or more placements during a continuous episode of out-of-home care. The absence of complete and accurate data will be an area of focus in this hearing. The reason for this is obvious. If the numbers are greater than the current data tells us, then there are likely more First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care who are not getting the care or supports that they need. The key question for this hearing is whether First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care are exposed to or at risk of exposure to violence, abuse, exploitation or neglect in all its forms because of their dual status as First Nations children with disability. This is a difficult and sensitive topic for our community. And at this stage, I wish to advise First Nations people who are watching or listening to this hearing that the evidence will describe the removal of children from family and respectfully acknowledge that hearing such evidence may be very difficult. I will later provide details of support services which are available. I also note that in the course of the hearing, the names of deceased First Nations people may be mentioned. Related to the key question I spoke of a moment ago, the reasons for and the causes of statutory intervention by child protection authorities and the removal of First Nations children with disability from their families, and the effects of such removal upon those children and their families and carers. This hearing will examine those issues individually and systemically. Of the reasons and causes of removal of children by child protection authorities, according to the national data provided by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, neglect was the most common primary type of abuse among First Nations children with disability at 44%, being children who were admitted to out-of-home care and subject to a substantiation. Whilst for First Nations children, non-First Nations children with disability, emotional abuse was the most common primary type of abuse at 50%. Whilst neglect may provide a reason for removal of children in that context, the immediate factors that are often relied upon to justify and substantiate the removal of First Nations children from their parents and into out-of-home care cannot be considered in isolation from other socioeconomic factors such as poverty, lack of housing, and domestic violence, and they cannot be examined without acknowledging the pervasive and damaging effects of historical policies, actions, and events, commencing with colonisation, dispossession, and displacement, each of which have caused personal and cultural trauma for past generations and which still continue to be experienced today for First Nations people. The Royal Commission's interim report, published on 30 October 2020, noted, as First Nations people with disabilities start to share their experiences of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation with us, we are seeing the human stories behind the numbers. What is emerging is a complex picture that suggests First Nations people with disability face multiple barriers to their safety, well-being, and inclusion in Australian society and experience many different forms of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. That complex picture has appeared with even greater clarity as the work of the Commission has progressed. First Nations people with disability have repeatedly told us their experiences are often compounded by multi-layered disadvantage associated with colonisation effects, poverty, chronic health conditions, racism, intergenerational trauma, and a lack of culturally appropriate services. These observations and statements provide pertinent context to the stories that we will hear and the issues that we will examine in Public Hearing 16. Some of the particular issues that we will be considering in the course of this hearing are as follows. The experiences of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation of First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. Whether a lack of services for First Nations children with disability is a contributing factor for their removal into out-of-home care. Policy and practices of child protection authorities in identifying disability or development delay of First Nations children in out-of-home care, including disability assessments. The lack of culturally competent and trauma-informed assessments within child protection and wider services, and the impact this is likely to have on misdiagnosis and underdiagnosis of disability, and therefore the appropriateness or lack of services as a consequence. Access to supports and services by First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care, including the NDIS. Access to supports and services by carers of First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. Whether inadequate access to supports and services by either carers or First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care is exacerbated by remoteness. How placement decisions are made for First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. Data on the representation and experiences of First Nation children with disability in out-of-home care, and the negative outcomes for First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care, including the prospect of care criminalisation. We'll now provide a brief outline of the proposed evidence that we will hear from some of the witnesses to be called during this hearing. Today, we will hear several stories told by First Nations people through pre-recorded statements. We will first hear from the Strong Grandmothers Group of the Central Desert, who will speak of the importance of maintaining family, culture, and community for the health and well-being of vulnerable First Nations children. We will then hear from a First Nations youth who will be referred to by the pseudonym IL. Pseudonyms will also be used for other witnesses throughout the course of this hearing in accordance with the direction made by the Chair on the 9th of September this year. IL will talk about his experiences as a First Nations child with disability in out-of-home care, cycling between caseworkers, placements with carers, and detention. Following IL, we will then hear from Audrey and Brandon. Audrey is a First Nations grandmother from New South Wales who has the care of her grandson Brandon. Brandon has an acquired brain injury. Audrey will speak of caring for Brandon and her efforts and difficulties to help him obtain supports, including getting an NDIS plan and funding for Brandon, and connecting him with a First Nations mentor. Brandon will talk about what it is like living with his nan and his experience with school and having a First Nations man as a mentor. Finally, today, we will hear from Auntie Winnie Woods. Auntie Winnie is a First Nations woman from Warnan, Western Australia. She will speak of her grandson, Josiah, who has autism. Josiah was removed from his mother by Child Protection authorities when he was about 8 or 9, taken to Perth, where he was placed with carers. Auntie Winnie will talk about Josiah's separation from country and family. Commissioners, it should be noted with respect to the evidence to be given by the witnesses that I've just referred to, IL, Audrey and Brandon, Grace and Miriam, who I will refer to. Each of these witnesses are witnesses who will be presented in their evidence to bear witness as they speak of their experiences personally and tell their stories from their own perspectives. They will speak and talk from their own perspectives as First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care, or as carers or family of First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. Although in some instances the Commission has sought and been provided with relevant information and documentation from the relevant government departments involved, it is not proposed that submissions will be made urging any specific factual findings in respect of their individual cases, or to ask for findings about whether any particular action or decision by authorities in those cases was right or wrong. When the hearing continues on Monday next week, we will commence hearing about Miriam, a young First Nations girl who lived with her foster carer, Grace. Grace, who is non-First Nations, will speak about Miriam's challenging behaviours, her efforts to have Miriam supported whilst in care, and Grace's concerns that Miriam was not assessed for fetal alcohol syndrome disorder, FASD, when in the out-of-home care system. We will hear from Ms. Martina O'Brien from Territory Families, who will also be called to give evidence about Miriam's case. The Commission will then hear evidence given by a panel of witnesses from the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress and later from Dr. Andrew Webster of the Dunella-Dilba Health Service. These witnesses will speak from their experience as healthcare service providers and practitioners in Aboriginal community-controlled health services. They will talk about the challenges and opportunities for providing culturally appropriate specialised disability supports to First Nations children with disability and the importance of early access to culturally appropriate disability assessments, particularly for those in out-of-home care. On Tuesday next week, we will hear from Leah, a non-First Nations woman from Perth, who commenced first as a foster carer, but who eventually became the court-appointed legal guardian of 2 First Nations boys, Connor and Dylan. She did so with the support of the boys' family. Leah will tell the story of Connor, who has been diagnosed with various conditions, including FASD, post-traumatic stress disorder, autism spectrum disorder, and neurodevelopmental trauma, and the difficulties that she faced in obtaining health assessments and education and learning supports as she transitions over time from being Connor's occasional respite carer to his full-time carer and later guardian. We'll also hear from Mr. Glenn Mace and Ms. Melanie Samuels from the Western Australian Department of Communities, who will give evidence about Connor's case. We will then hear from Auntie Maggie, who is a First Nations grandmother from New South Wales. Auntie Maggie will speak about her experiences as a kinship carer, caring for her grandson, Elliot, who has a range of disabilities. On Wednesday next week, we'll hear from Ivy, who is a First Nations woman from Tasmania, who now resides in Brisbane. Ivy is the mother of 3 children, and she will share her experience of the removal of her daughter, Megan, who has a diagnosis of cerebral palsy. She will also speak to the challenges she faced to ascertain her daughter's diagnosis and her inability to use an NDIS plan that was ultimately available to do her daughter's foster carers. The hearing will then shift focus from the experiences and stories of individual First Nations children with disability to the setting of secure care. We will hear evidence about the operation of these types of services in 2 particular jurisdictions, Western Australia and the Northern Territory. In respect to the Western Australian Service, we will hear evidence from representatives of the Aboriginal Legal Service of Western Australia, who will highlight their concerns with respect to the operation of the Kath French facility in Perth. And in respect to the Northern Territory Service, we will hear evidence from Nick Espy, a representative of the North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency, who will similarly speak of his experience with secure care facilities and concerns held by the North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency about the operation of the Safe House model in Darwin. In respect of both the Western Australian and Northern Territory services, we will also hear evidence from several government witnesses who will give evidence of the need, purpose and delivery of secure care services as we investigate best model practice. Finally, on Friday, the Commission will hear from representatives of the Family Matters campaign. From the National Leadership Group, we will hear from Ms. Catherine Little, Paul Gray, and Jacinda Krakow. They'll provide evidence from a national perspective of the need for comprehensive data for First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care and the difficulties faced by First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care, as well as those of their carers and families in accessing specialised disability assessments, supports and services. And they will also discuss how the development, implementation and delivery of such assessment services and supports might be improved for First Nations people, and particularly First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Are you proposing that we should adjourn for a short time at this point?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
It's now just after 11 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. Is it convenient to resume at 11:30?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll adjourn until 11:30 Eastern Time. The Royal Commission adjourned. Yes, Mr. Crowley.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, in my opening, I referred to the national data received from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare on First Nations children with disability in out-of-home care. The Royal Commission has prepared a memorandum analysing that data and setting out the key findings from the analysis. And a copy of that memorandum is located in the tender bundle, Part D, at tab 45. I tendered that memorandum and asked that it be marked as Exhibit 16.42, please, Chair.
Yes, that can be done. Thank you.
Commissioners, the first pre-recorded evidence to present and receive today is from the Strong Grandmothers Group. The Strong Grandmothers of the Central Desert region are Aboriginal grandmothers with a particular focus of kids in country, not in custody or out of home care. And they are concerned about, in particular, grandchildren's safety on the streets and in youth justice and welfare systems. A copy of the pre-recorded statement transcript of the Strong Grandmothers pre-recorded evidence is in the tender bundle Part A, tab 1. I tendered the pre-recorded statement and asked that it be marked as Exhibit 16.1, please, Chair.
Yes, that also can be done. Thank you.
And if we could now please arrange for the pre-recorded video of the Strong Grandmothers to be played. The document reference is DRC.9999.0066.0002.
Yellow mark.
We're the Strong Grandmothers Group from Central Australia here. I'd like to introduce myself, Doreen Carol McCormick. I'm Western Aranda and Eastern Aranda and Lurija. I still speak my language, but we're going to be talking about how you can care for, how they care for people with disability. And I have kind of a knowledge of looking after people with disability, which I had my own daughter for 26 years, and we cared for her at home for 26 years without anybody else caring for her, only her dad and I, and family members maybe help here and there. Well, the Grandmothers Group got together to the system in the court, because the children are going to court and getting sent to Dondale. And I think we're fighting to make sure they get back to the country. You know, instead of being in the institution, they need to be sent back to the country, and the government need to do some more. Make sure we send them home to their homeland instead of into institution and some of the kids they never really got into it. They haven't done anything really bad, but maybe stole something, and they're just kids, and I think that's what we are caring for make sure that they get a better treatment.
Hello, my name's Elaine. I'm part of the Central Australia Strong Grandmothers Group. I'm an Arunta woman here from Inbarntua, and my involvement with the Grandmothers Group is about supporting the youths out on the streets and around about there, talking about what do they face when they're caught, and a lot of them don't realise maybe it's a bit of the disability, they might have bad hearing, their eyesight may not be the best. Little things like that a lot of people take for granted. So children with disability should be home with their own parents and their own homes where they feel like it's the best place for them to be, and in maybe out of home care as well. But then again, a lot of the young ones get a lot of those home cares that a lot of people don't realise and don't understand about Aboriginal people. And there's still a lot of work to be done on that as well. But our main focus, I think, is, like I say, it is about children in care and getting the proper care that they need. And maybe a lot of the service providers don't really realise how important they've got to really understand about that child and working with that child, maybe on a one-on-one thing, and then they'll have a better idea about how to work with groups of children with disability. And I don't think it's happening enough out there. And actually meeting with families. That family connection is very important for our young ones out there with disability. Maybe because ourselves as grandmothers and great-grandmothers, our whole life revolves around our children and our grandchildren and caring for them from day one. And those ones, the young ones that are out there today are no thing than others. And the responsibility is for our grandmothers to carry that on and take that role on. And that's why I think a lot of them do end up in jail, in prison, because of their disability.
Hello, Huda. Hari Nachina Komali. My name is Komali Warai. I am part of the Strong Grandmothers Group in Nangarama, Avamapakatak. And we're involved with kids in, with the
Custody?
kids in another way.
Kids in custody?
Kids in custody, no, not in country. Right? Custody. Kids in custody. And there's been too many of that for many, many years. And the children are taken away with the consultation with families as well. Families don't know half of the time that kids and young men, young women are transferred to Dondale with a consultation. So, the parents, the families have a right to know their movements and not just think, the kids are taken away and they can do whatever they want to do, but the parents and the families are first priority and for the communities. And a lot of those kids, young men, young women, do have disabilities. Like stated before, they could have something wrong with their halanga, their eyes and hearing, or maybe they didn't get a chance of a good education. And maybe there are a lot of things in our cultural background that affects our children. Even domestic violence, the children grow up seeing it. Families fighting, or families fighting. The kids hear it and breathe it, and they think it's okay to go to a playground and hit other kids. It's not right. And whether sometimes, not sometimes, I think my perspective is that the system do fail our people, our kids, and our kids in custody, and our kids with disabilities comes in many forms, and even taking away our country, taking away a stolen generation time, and taking away what's right, and also there are things that there are a lot of blockage from us, to have our strong voices to be heard about our children, and about our people. And it's about time, First Nations voices got to be listened and be strong, and be supported by the government, because it's the government has been ruling our lives ever since we were born, and we are still having policies chucked down our throats, chucked down at us all the time. We can't do this, we can't do that with our kids. We can't even hug them. We can't even give them a hug, and we can't even discipline our own kids because of intervention. A lot of that has got a major impact with our children and our people. And it's always these policies that are not consulted with in the beginning to know what are they going to talk about, what are they going to discuss. It just comes down like a ton of bricks on us. Oh, we didn't hear about this. We're the last to know about it. Hey, and we oh, this is happening, this is happening, this is going to happen. And it's not like that, we have a right, and we have a right for our voices to be heard, and we have a right for the government to recognize and acknowledge our needs in what we're struggling to survive with all these many things cutting across with the red tape in front of us all the time, and also taking our rights away, and our civil rights, and also about our children being protected. But they're not being protected if they're in custody. They're not protected if they're in homes. They're not protected. The children have a right to be connected with their kinship, with their families through those times if they are in homes. And don't take away their identity, their dignity, and treat them just for, economy reasons.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of those that I have noted as being an educator as well, and that in education is not, I feel, is not being supported, not being recognized, and not enough employment for our people, and employing our people to be carers for their kids, carers for their disabilities. That's not happening. We're always seeing everybody else coming in and taking care, having roles and responsibility for our kids. I see it every day. And we have many, many, many young people in communities with just their disabilities, But we don't see it as a disability. It is a disability. It comes in many forms, like I said. Well, that's the main reasons, and also, for the youth patrol and all that. That's why we developed grandmothers, strong grandmothers, so we wanted to be part of the solution. That's it.
Yeah, it's Doreen again here. I just want to bring up something about children's disability payment. When I had my child, because it was a late baby, and I just supported her with the carer's pension of my own. You know, it wasn't very much at all. I didn't get any special money, but I couldn't get any money for her all her payment till she was 19. And we actually lived on $300 and something a fortnight and had to buy all the special food, everything that she needed, because she couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, she couldn't feed us, and she couldn't do anything. So we were 100% carers for her. We didn't get any special payment for caring for her. We're parents, so we thought, well, it's absolutely 100% our job to take care of her. So till she was 19, she got $90 when she was 16, sorry, and she didn't get any of her adult payment till she was 21. So you can imagine the money that we had to really budget on for her special food, special stuff, and only good thing that we had was Michelle Kostak. Now she's passed on. She was a wonderful person that with a disability. She looked after us with some equipment that we needed to have at home for her, maybe special pram and all the other things. But the food-wise, we actually budget on that money. But when I think of it now, there's a lot of children with disabilities cared by people in Moai care. And why not government look after the people that's their parents, their kinship family, which is the grandparent. Like we were actually, I was in my 40s when I had my daughter, but I made sure that I'd care for her at home. But what's happening now is carers are coming from everywhere looking after things. It's all about money, and the people are looking after them. They make money and they're away from their family, and you can see some of the children not very happy, and they hardly respond to Aboriginal person when I go and say hello to people, and I see kids, and sometimes the carers will walk straight past you, and me as Aboriginal woman and a carer and a grandmother of 20-odd children and 17 great-grandchildren, we all grandmothers here, we love our children dearly, and we care for other people's children too. But disability is a main important thing that I think government should look into, who's caring for these kids here. And we don't know people abuse people. This is happening in places all the time. So it really needs to go back to kinship care, which is grandparents, aunties and uncles. Government should make sure look into that and make sure Centrelink pays them to keep their children at home. I think that would be the best idea. And people are complaining about overcrowded because there is only 3-bedroom homes in every town camp. I don't think there's any 4-bedroom, with only 3-bedroom, and that's really meant for only 5 people. So they got about 10 people in them, and they got their grannies, their aunties, their cousins, or whoever. And it's overcrowded, and wonder why kids are wandering around the street. They haven't got a home. Decent home to go back to, because it's overcrowded, Paul, and things, you know. I mean, you can't blame everybody, you can't put everybody in the same basket. But this is a town camps, they're overcrowded, honestly. I've seen it myself, because our family lives in them town camps.
Yeah, that's another issue.
Just the issue is for our people to be cared for. Yeah, maybe a better way and a different way, because the parents are caring for their mother, their grandmother, and everything like that. And on top of that, there's their kids, trying to get them to school. So the government could look into that. They put them in a bigger houses, maybe. There's home care for the children and their grandparents, you know. Kinship caring. You look after our people now, turn around.
Yeah. Well, coming back to housing, what Doreen said, I have stated many times in the, for housing, but because housing in town and the town camps or wherever is inappropriate, because that is why there is a problem with overcrowding, because in our traditional way we have men's quarters, we have women's quarters, we have young women's, we have widows' quarters, we have, everybody's catered for. Then there's no overcrowding, and that's an issue that the housing, the ministers for housing and the government need to understand. Built appropriate housing situation like we do have in our cultural way, in our customary ways. We can't live in one house.
Single men's quarters then.
Yeah, because you might have son-in-laws and daughters-in-laws, but they They have to have different area dwellings. We can't fit everybody in the house. In one house. The 3-bedroom is nothing. Yeah.
I'd like to address this to the people that's watching us soon. If this could get across to people to make sure you understand what we're talking about and look into the situation, what's happening. As a grandmother's group, we do care for children, what's happening all around us, and make sure you put something towards it and say strongly the government should make sure look into this kinship care, carrying out home care for with their family. That's all I'd like to say, but hopefully something will come about it.
Yeah.
What you've heard today is the truth, and when are we going to see a change? And when is that day going to come for us as Aboriginal people, First Nation people? We have our leaders out there speaking out and being a voice, but what about the people on the ground? We are the people, we are the ground roots people that are doing it tough. We don't ask for any funding. We do it because of the love of the children out on those streets and the ones that end up in jail, because never know, it could be one of our family member. So that's why I think with the disability, in speaking about the disability, it's part of it, because a lot of those children that do go into prison may have hearing problems, their eyesight may be not good, and a lot of them don't fully understand what they have done until they end up in prison, mentally and physically. I like to see a change in hearing our voices today, and let's move on. But don't forget those children with the disability. They're our first and upmost priority that we would like to address here, and we have addressed the 3 of us from the grandmothers group, but also we have a right and a voice, and our voices should be heard.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, when you're looking back at it, we're in the 21st century and over, nothing moves, because everywhere else moves, but what about our people? We are still undermined. We are still struggling for the Australians to recognise and acknowledge us, that we are the sovereign people of the land, and we do need more support, more employment support, and more consultation, and more let's start working together and stand united. Calamari?
Good one.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Crowley.
Commissioners, next we will hear the pre-recorded evidence from witness IL, who is located in Northern Territory. Witness IL is a 17-year-old First Nations young person currently within the Dondale Youth Detention Centre. A copy of the transcript of witness IL's pre-recorded evidence is in Tender Bundle A, tab 2. I tender the pre-recorded statement and ask that it be marked as Exhibit 16.2, please, Chair.
Yes, that transcript can be admitted into evidence and given the marking of Exhibit 16.2.
And Chair, in tendering the document, I note that it is subject to the non-publication direction CTH-DMP-00100 that is currently in place over, amongst other things, the contents of Part A to the tender bundle. Commissioners, in addition, you will find that there are accompanying annexes to that transcript in tender bundle Part A, tab 3. And I tender that document and ask that it be marked as Exhibit 16.2.1, please, Chair.
Yes, that too can be done. Mr. Crowley, would you just mind making clear the extent of the non-publication direction? It covers the transcript, does it?
Yes, Chair. The direction I referred to is until further direction that any document included in Part A of the tender bundle for the public hearing of the Royal Commission commencing today, 17 September 2021, with the exception of redacted witness statements and transcripts of pre-recorded oral statements, are not to be published in connection with the evidence presented at public hearing 16, except with certain exceptions which relate to publication to the Commission, staff, solicitors assisting, etc., and relevant leave to appear parties and others.
What you've just read out, I may be misunderstanding it, seems to mean that the transcript of pre-recorded evidence, which presumably would include the evidence of witness IL, is not subject to the non-publication direction. Have I misunderstood that?
The redacted version is not.
So I'm sorry. So I just want this to be clear so that nobody following the proceedings is under any misapprehension. There is a redacted version of the transcript, is that?
Yes.
Where does one find that?
So the redacted version is the one that I've referred to, the document reference TRA.3000.0004.0038.
Is that Exhibit 16.2?
Yes.
All right, so that is a redacted version that is in fact public now that it's been admitted into evidence,
yes.
And it will be reflected, I assume, in what we are about to either see or hear. I'm not sure whether this is video or only audio.
It's an audio statement only, Chair, yes.
Right, all right, well then this what we will hear now is part of the public record and can be disseminated.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And if we could now please have the recording played. The reference document is IND.0110.0001.0003.
Okay, we're recording. Do you want to use your name or? Yeah. So I'm talking to, this is me, Sarah, the lawyer. We're talking about the Disability Royal Commission and young people with disability not being treated the right way. Do you want to talk a little bit about what those doctors and, social worker mob have said about your disability, about trauma?
They just said that I had trauma and that I didn't have a good upbringing when I was a younger kid,
Yeah. And
what they sort of taught me was how to cope with them things, but they didn't. They just sort of moved me placement to placement and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was sort of hard for me, being away from family.
Yeah, and we're in Dondale now, hey, and where are you from?
I'm from Alice and I've been in and out of prison since I was 10.
Yeah.
And this has been happening to me since I was 5, 4.
How does that feel?
It feels upsetting,
Yeah.
I sort of did better.
Yeah. And you were talking about moving from lots of placements. How many TF mob, the caseworker from Territory families, how many of them do you reckon you've had?
Nearly all of them.
Yeah, so you've had like, do you reckon like more than 20 in your life?
Yeah, more than 20.
Yeah. And have you felt like they've helped you and listened to you?
No, not much. It just feels like they'd be there with me for like a month or two, and then they'd leave, and then they'll become the senior or team leader of Territory families. It's like, it felt like they was only using me so they can get up to a high level in the work space, you know.
Yeah.
And most of the time they didn't even help me that much.
Yeah. And who has helped you? Like, are there other workers that, you know, think have done it the right way, apart from those TF workers who you never really hear from?
I don't really know, like...
Yeah.
It's just... I don't know. Just, it feels like I have everything in here, like, institutionalised, eh?
Yeah, institutionalised.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah.
So, like, when I'm in here, they make me... This is what it feels like. When I'm in here, they give me everything when I'm in here. Then when I get out, it's like they just kick me out onto the streets and with nothing. That's what happened recently. You know, I was out on parole and they said that they'll have all these stuff for me, appointments and stuff with my therapist and everything like that. And then when I got out, nothing ever happened. My therapist never came to see me or anything. These appointments, and the carers didn't even help me. I had to get to my own appointments. I had to arrange my own appointments. Had to go to get my own bank details and stuff like that with Amanda. Amanda's the last lady, she helped me, you know.
Yeah.
But she's a busy lady too. So it was pretty hard for me, you know, and then, I don't know, I just felt like everyone forgot about me, so I just started hanging around with mates.
Yeah.
And then I got arrested. And now I'm back in here, and I had court today, but I don't know. They say they're gonna say no for. They looking for a place. They said that they had a placement for me on the outside, and then when I went into the courts, when I went to have a VLU with my lawyer today, they said, "Oh no, we don't have any placements for you," you know. So that's like sort of giving my hopes up, because they said that I had a placement for me, and the carers are happy for me to go back, and they had all my clothes there. Because I don't know where my clothes are. I had a big bag full of clothes. The only clothes I have is the clothes that I got locked up with.
And what you were saying about having to do all that by yourself, has that happened before?
Yeah, it's been happening a lot, you know, so I'm sort of used to being left out like that. You know, I've been homeless in stage of aid and stuff like that. I had places to go, but when I went there, it felt like I didn't belong, you know.
Yeah.
It felt hard for me.
Yeah.
Didn't get to have a say. Felt unsafe. Stuff like that, you know.
Yeah. And if you do get to have a say, what would you tell people about, you know, how you want that you need that help from
I need that
everyone?
help, you know.
Yeah.
You can't change the system if you don't know the system, you know. Yeah.
You used that word before, institutionalised. Do you want to could you tell me a bit more about that?
Institutionalised.
You know, that means, so like where we are now, Dondale, is an institution, and you were saying like, you know,
give me all these programs and activities in here, you know. But when I get out, there's none of them activities on the outside, and it's going to be hard.
And those caseworkers, how often do they come and see you when you're in here? Never see them.
I was near locked up for 2 years once. Just recently, 2 years. Caseworker came to visit me twice or 3 times out of that 2 years.
In that whole 2 years, hey?
Yeah.
And you know how you were saying before, you were talking before about how the doctors, you know, told you about, you know, ways to calm yourself down, and when you're feeling, you know, angry or upset. what do you think would have happened if you knew how to do those things earlier?
I wouldn't be in the situation. I would
Yeah.
have been a good kid going to school every day and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Because I've never really had anybody to teach me right and wrong, you know.
Yeah.
Didn't have a good mum and dad and stuff like that. You know, that's why I trusted churchy families, but then they let me down too, you know. So that's
Yeah.
why I sort of, you know,
Yeah.
I'm sort of tough on letting people into my life. I sort of, you know, got trust issues.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you were talking to the big boss of this Disability Royal Commission, and you could say what things you would like to happen so that kids like you get treated a different way, what would you say?
People that know the system and know where we're coming from and stuff like that.
Yeah. That they need to be more involved and that they need to be
and more
helping.
organised and involved and helping and
Yeah. Yeah.
Not beating around the bush, you know, trying to find easier ways to think, just straight out, you know, help.
Yeah. Do you think about the future?
Yes.
And what do you want for your future?
I want to be a hard-working man, a youth worker, helping youths like me, you know, because I've known the system and I know how it works. And, you know, me working as a youth worker, helping other Aboriginal youths and younger people.
Yeah.
I reckon it'll be good, you know.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell them how it works. I'll tell them, I don't know, I'll be the one who telling them how to breathe and stuff like that. And tell them you're not alone, you know.
And if you had somebody like that in your life earlier, well, you know, you said that first time you got locked up was when you were 10, how would that have helped you?
I'd just still been at, I would have finished year 12 a long time ago. I finished year 12, but I would have finished it a long time ago, you know.
Yeah.
I would have got my stuff all done and organised.
Yeah. So you've got that certificate now, hey? The NTCE for year 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. Are these mountains? They look like it. Is there anything else that you want to tell this Disability Royal Commission?
That's rude, you know.
Yeah.
They need to find good foster parents for them other youths, you know, for the future. Because when I grew up, foster carers I was living with, like, most of them used to bash me and stuff.
Yeah.
Force me to clean the house. And, you know, like, trusted them, you know. And I was a young kid trying to get away from that stuff.
Yeah.
And I trusted them to look after me. And then when I moved there, they used to, like, force me to do stuff for them, and then the money they got paid for us, they wouldn't spend it on us, they'll spend it on themselves. We just had to clean up the house and stuff.
And was there anyone you felt you could tell about those foster carers doing what you say?
No, it's just one time I went to school and I had a bad, like, that morning I didn't make breakfast for my sister, so I was sitting on the couch watching TV, eating my breakfast. Foster care walked up to me, kicked me in the jaw, and I spilled the plate, and then he got angry and then started hitting me more because I made a mess in the land room. And then I went to school, and then I had a bad day, and then they was gonna suspend me. And I was crying, like when I was little, you know, I was crying in my office telling them, no, I don't want to go back home. I don't want to go. They might bash me. The principal's like, who? My carers. And then they called the territory families, and then they told them what I said to the principal, and then I don't know. But that's what happened.
Yeah. Do you remember how old you were when that happened?
I was probably like 8.
Yeah. And did you stay living with that carer after that?
No.
Yeah.
But I was living with that carer for like a while, you know.
Yeah.
But I felt scared to let them know, and one day I just like told them, the principal, you know, because the foster carer was saying that I was going to tell. I told the foster carer that I'm going to tell, snitch on them, you know.
Yeah.
And then they said, "Oh, you can do it. Nobody's going to believe you anyway." I was like, "Oh."
So the foster carer said that to you, that no one will believe you?
Yeah, and then that's when I started like doing suicidal things, suicidal thoughts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Started at a young age. I tried to kill myself and stuff.
At 8?
Maybe younger.
Younger?
Yeah.
That's really hard. I'm really sorry.
No, you're right.
When you went to the next foster carer after that one, how was that?
It was sort of like, I didn't really trust them, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't because I trusted a lot of carers. That wasn't the only foster care that I was getting abused from. There was other ones before him. But that's where it ended, you know. And then after that, that's when I started sticking up for myself and be like, oh, you know, I'm getting a little bit older now. So if they wanna act bossy to me, I might do something, you know, growl them or smash the car. And then that's when I used to get charged. And when I got charged, I had to be on bail. And when I was on bail, I didn't want to stay at the carer's house. I used to go see family, and then that's how my bail was breached. And I was breaching bail a lot, and then I started getting locked up at the age of 10. That's how it all started, you know?
Yeah. Did they...
What's that for?
Oh, if you want more paper.
Yeah.
When you said, you know, that you used to breach bail and go see family, did you ever get placed with family? Like, ever get to stay with them?
No.
Yeah. And do you think that there was family that you could have stayed with?
Yeah.
Yeah. And were you allowed to go, you know, did the foster carers and like, you know, when you're living in like resi care, did they take you to go see family? Yeah.
Only sometimes, but most of the time I used to just be like at the house all the time.
Yeah. Was family allowed to come see you there?
No.
Yeah. And we talked about before how we're in Darwin now, but you're from Alice Springs. Have you been, you know, allowed to do cultural stuff with family still while you've been living in care?
No, I'm allowed to do stuff with them, but I don't know. It's just that the system, I'm caught up in the system, you know, trying to find a way out.
Yeah.
Most of it's not my fault.
Yeah. So you're maybe going to, if you don't get out, how do you feel about the prospect of going from here to the big house?
I don't really feel, you know.
Yeah.
Feel sad, you know, because they should have helped me. They should have helped me, you know. Telling me all the stuff inside. Like when I was in here and they was telling me, oh, you're getting out next month. So we're going to be doing this, we're going to be doing that. You'll be seeing these people, you'll be doing that. We'll be helping you, we'll be giving you lifts to your family. And that's all a lie.
Yeah.
I had to get myself to appointments. I had to walk all the way to my family's house. My phone got broken, so I had to go and get, like, they said the day I got out, they said they're going to get me a phone, but they didn't. So I had to wait for like nearly 3 weeks, maybe more.
Yeah, and you had to do all of that by yourself? Or maybe some help from some people like Amanda.
Yeah,
but
just Amanda was helping me, that's all.
That's all, hey?
And the carers that I was living at, like, they were all like unorganized. They didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I told them, oh, I got an appointment, they wouldn't believe me. They'd just think, oh, he's trying to trick us so he can get a lift to this place here and that place there. I said, I got my parole officer on the phone. And then speak to my parole officer and then
Yeah. And when you were living at that house, was it just you or were there other boys at that house too?
There are other boys, but they weren't there most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were they like off doing stuff at they at school or?
There was one little boy, he used to go to school every day. There was another bloke. Yeah, like they were all good boys.
Yeah. And did you feel all right in that house? Like it was a okay place to live with those boys?
Yeah, it was alright when I lived there, but the carers, it's just like, you know, mate, like I'm not being racist or anything, but them African carers don't know how to speak English properly, and I'll ask them or tell them something and they'll be like, don't know how to speak English, so they'd go tell another African worker that does know to, they'll interpret it.
To interpret for them, yeah. And did they have any Aboriginal workers at that house?
No.
Yeah. And have there ever been any caseworkers that you've had who have been Aboriginal people?
No, I don't know. I don't really remember.
Yeah. It's been because you've had so many probably. Yeah. All right. We might wind up. Is there anything else that you want to say?
No, I'm trusting you to help me and try to help me with this case, you know, because when I was younger, I couldn't speak up, you know, because a lot of people used to bring me down, tell me, you know, nobody's going to believe you. And when I spoke to you guys and stuff, I'm starting to trust you now. And this is probably my time to tell people my story and let them know what really happened behind doors and what really happened, you know, and what I need and what youths need in the future.
Yeah.
Young people, you know. I'm not only doing this for me, I'm doing this for the youths, for the future and stuff like that, so they can have a good life.
Yeah. And is that what you want for young people, that they have that good life?
Yeah, because my two sisters are still in care.
Yeah. Do you get to see them?
No, not that much, because I'm trying to get out of the system.
Yeah. And are they in Darwin?
Some of them are.
Some, yeah.
One of them is, and one of them's in Alice. But I haven't seen my dad in like, I don't know, 7, 8 years. Never seen my mum in 3, 4 years. Never seen my family in 2 years in Alice there.
And have you asked to see them?
Yeah, I've asked a lot of times to go back to Alice so I can visit them face to face.
Yeah.
But they said, oh no, we'll just get the number and like, culturally, you know, I got to see my family face to face. It's the healing, and I need to go back to my homeland to heal me, you know, fix me up. My grandfather's getting sick. He's in and out of hospital. And I'm trying to tell these people, but they don't, like, I don't know. They tell me to be good, but I can't be good. Like, I am being good, but I've got a lot of stress in my mind thinking about my grandfather and my court and for the future. And yeah, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, it's all Wayne. Okay. All right. Thanks. I'm going to stop the recording now.
Yes, Mr. Crowley.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we're making good time. Could I ask that we break now to resume at 1:30? The next pre-recorded statement that will be played is about an hour duration, and it'd be appropriate to commence it when we resume after lunch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crowley. We'll adjourn then to 1:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time when the next evidence will be presented. Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Yes, Mr. Crowley.
The Commissioners, this afternoon we will be hearing the pre-recorded evidence of Audrey, a First Nations grandmother who is located in New South Wales and who was the kinship carer for her grandson Brandon. Commissioners, a copy of the transcript of Audrey's pre-recorded evidence is in Tender Bundle Part A at tab 4. I tender the pre-recorded statement and ask that it be marked as Exhibit 16.3, please, Chair.
Yes, that can be done. I'm sorry, I called you Mr. Crowley. You are, in fact, Mr. Crowley. I apologise.
That's quite all right, Chair. And can I just draw attention, Commissioners, to this statement, the evidence of Audrey and also of Brandon. Both are the subject of the pseudonym direction, which is CTH-DMP-00099, which is in place in relation to their identities.
Thank you.
In addition to the evidence of Audrey, Commissioners, the State of New South Wales has also provided a statement from Ms. Tracy Stoko, Executive Director, District Director of the Illawarra, Shoalhaven and Southern New South Wales District Department of Communities and Justice, together with 24 accompanying annexures that are referred to in that statement concerning the evidence of Audrey and Brandon. Commissioners, I'll tender the statement and the annexures. If the statement could be marked, please, Exhibit 16.5.
Yes, thank you.
And if the annexures might be marked 16.5.1 through to 16.5.24.
Yes, that can be done. Those annexures will bear the exhibit numbers you have just referred to.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now, if we could have played, please, the pre-recorded statement, evidence of Audrey.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, Arnie. Would you be able to tell us your name and a little bit about yourself?
My name is, as I said before, I'm a Dunghutti woman from up north, up Kempsey. I've lived in Wollongong all my life. I have 7 children, 39 grannies and 26 great-grandchildren. I've raised 9 of them. I've never had any problems. Yeah, I have had problems with them, but no real problems with the docs or anything or anybody, you know. I've had things. My children, all of my great-grandchildren, my grandchildren are all a great part of my life. With I'm the grandmother of him.
And can you tell me a little bit about person? How do you describe him?
Lovely. In saying that, he can be a little shit as well.
What kind of things does he love?
Football. Football.
Does he have a favourite team?
Oh, South Sydney.
Yeah, so can we talk a little bit about how came to you?
I've had him since he was 10 months old. He's gone back to his mum, whom is my daughter. He's come back to me about a year and a half later, the whole 4 of them. Docs just turned up on my doorstep. What could I do? Look, when he was little, he had a hole in the heart. He had to go have an operation. Docs had already been involved with her side because she used to live over Berkeley. They was already involved, and I used to talk to my daughter about this all the time, you know, about doing the right thing. But like I said, she's had an accident as well. She's had the same sort of accident as so I always wanted to go and get him before any of the docs came into it. But I know that they would have went straight back because the police would have just come and got him. But when he was 10 months old, he came back to me because my daughter couldn't have him, only because she couldn't look after him at the time until he got better. So I had him for about a year, and then he went back to his mum and dad, to his mum, should say. Dad was out of the picture by now. But he went back to his mum, and they've basically been about a year and a half, maybe. I just forget, but maybe about a year and a half later, I had one of my other grandchildren that just come and said, Nan, I'm not going home. What can you do? Honestly. And he'd gone, so me and him was getting the shopping out of the back of the car, and this big van pulls up and had the 4 kids. You know, what could I do? Honestly, what can you do in a situation like this? Especially when I'm a grandmother that'll take them.
So, and his siblings were the group of 4 that were brought to you?
Yes.
And how long have you cared for?
Well, I had him from when he was 10 months old until he was about a year old. So I basically had him from when he was about 2 years old.
And how old is he now?
16.
You mentioned an accident. Can you tell me a little bit about the accident?
He went over to my daughter's one day. My son said, is it all right if come for a walk with me, Mum? And I said, yeah, no, that's all right. I said, where are you going? He said, over to the sisters. And I said, yeah, that's all right. So anyhow, he went to the shop with his cousin. And like I said, he I don't know if it's suicidal or just a gesture to sort of get us to jump, you know, back then I'm talking about. But he got hit by a truck. He should not be here. By rights, he should be. He was chucked down the road under another truck. Probably, oh God, quite a few metres anyhow. So he was rushed to Sydney Hospital, Randwick. He had his skull cut open to ease the swelling on his brain. What more could I tell you? You know, he's recovered to look at. You would not even think that he'd had an accident until you start talking to him. You'd probably think that he is a bit slow. Well, he never used to be before the accident. But he used to give me a little bit of grief even before that. But since the accident, I think, and I'm afraid I want to be here for him, to see him. I keep telling him all the time, you're 16 years old, you're a man, you know, you're becoming a man. I said, you've got to, and I'm the only one here. He's got his pop that keeps coming here all the time, and he's in touch with all of his family. When they pull him up for going on to me and swearing at me and calling me names, then that sticks in his head. Look, if you met him, he's a lovely child. He really is. It's all, I feel sometimes that it was all to no avail, because, you know, still he's coming home earlier. Keeps telling me that I can't tell him what to do. Look, if he hadn't had the accident, I wouldn't be worried so much. He's had the accident, and that's when my problems sort of started.
How old was he when he had the accident?
9.
And if we could just talk about his disability. So before the accident, You mentioned earlier that he had a diagnosis of ADHD.
Yes.
How old was he when he got that diagnosis?
6.
Ask you some questions about and school. How has his experience at school been?
From when he started,
Yeah.
he's always had problem because he can't handle a lot of people. He's just got to have, when we have our family dues, Christmas and things, you know, New Year's and that, birthdays, he always stands back. You know, he just, once I get a feed, you know, his cousins are pretty good with him because I've brought him up to be like that. And that's in saying I've brought them up, they're not even my kids, you know, but I speak to them, I talk to them. You know, he's had an accident. So even when I'm gone, you're going to have to sort of keep an eye on him, you know. And they say, we know Nan. I mean, you know, if you're doing anything stupid, the girls, I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the grannies that are around his age that really understand. They just go, you got to stop that. Well, come on now. He used to climb up on the roof a lot. But as for school, he has never had a very good experience with schools.
How was growing up? Can you tell me a little bit about his journey?
Just about maybe 2 weeks ago, about 10 o'clock, he was in the room and he was trying to do something, and I heard him go, "You mind if I speak, Frank?" He said, you could hear him in there, the frustration in him, and he's going, "Oh, my brain, you know, my brain, you know." I let it go for a little bit, and I went in and I asked him how he was and what's happening, and he just said, "I'll be right, Nan, I'll be right." A lot of his frustrations, look, he's got friends. They're acquaintances, I'd say, because nobody comes here. You know, nobody comes here to play him with his game. I had to get the internet on so he could have something to, because we're here, we're in lockdown, he's got nothing to do. Before that, he used to, it took me a long time to let him play football, to agree to let him play football after the accident. It's taken a lot of me trying to teach him, trying to get it through to his head, because you've got to remember, I've got to repeat things, keep telling him, you know, the sort of people that he's going to be mixing with, you know, and to be aware.
And when did Department of Communities and Justice, so DCJ, when did they become involved?
When he was 2 years old, when they brought him back to me.
And have you had to deal with them up until now?
Look, I was asked if I wanted to take guardianship of them a few years back. First I said, well, what's the good of that? They're the age they are now. And my second answer to that was, I don't believe in guardianship. It takes away the child's identity. It's already been taken off them. You know, they've already been traumatised before any of this has ever happened, and not by the mother. Oh, my daughter was bloody, you know, she was an excellent mum. She just drank too much, you know. But as for loving them, and she never ever laid a hand on them. Even at the hospital, I had to sign papers, you know. So where do any parent or grandparent in my position, where do they stand? Literally, because these docs workers, they've got to be held to account of how they do take care of these kids. And just putting them into care and saying, you're an employee now, you know, that's not right. And they might come and put in a plan for them. Plans never work, you know, because they don't really follow them up. They've never ever helped me. They've never listened to me. You know, they might at the time. Then they just go on and do their own thing. And, you know, this is my perception of docs. They take children. They think that they're already in a traumatized environment. But you know what? Half of these kids that they do take, they're not in. There might be a little bit of drinking. There might be a little bit of this. But I'll tell you what, no way was my grandchildren in a traumatized environment with. There's no way they were in a traumatized environment because they were loved. They had food. Yeah, they were looked after. She might be a little bit, you know, how could I say it? Yeah, she just drank too much. That's all she did, you know, and she's gotten punished for it. The kids have gotten punished for it, you know, yet they were never bashed. They were never abused. I realised that docs have got a big thing on their books, you know, and but you know what? They don't listen to change. People talk about change. They don't want to bring change up because to me, they're like, I've got authority. I can do this, I can do that. It's like as if you're just, as they keep telling me, I'm an employee. That's all right. That doesn't mean I don't do the right thing by them, you know? And I think that docs have the right to do that too. When things are taken out of your hand and you're doing your best for this kid, and I'm only talking, of course, at the moment, you know, why belittle me like that? Camps, there were camps in that setup, you know, from the NDIS service that I picked, and I was so belittled by, I guess I could just say, or do I say docs in general, you know, because it was like as if I didn't matter what I signed. It just, I felt so like I wasn't even here on this earth. That's how I felt, you know, and I'm not supposed to say anything about docs because I'm an employee of theirs. Bugger them, you know. They do the wrong thing. Why is it that not recorded? Why is that not answerable? When they got parents like me and even a grandparent and they know me, then why don't they, the way she said it to me, you know, it's the way they do it to everybody. It's like as if they reduce you. They try to reduce, well, they won't reduce me because I tell them straight anyhow. But they try to reduce you to nothing. You know, I'm not nothing. You know, I try to do the best for them, especially all the rest of the spoiled. And I'll say, I know he is, but what can I do? But that doesn't take away my love for them. And that's what they tried to do with me once. You know? Well, you know, the only one that you're supposed to think of or do things for. And I said, I said, I can't do that. I said, I've got other kids, other grandkids that I've got to sort of look after as well. And I'm a big part of that.
I Do you feel that docs respect your position?
No,
family?
no, 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 no. They'll tell you, they'll tell you, they'll tell me to my face, I'm the matriarch and I do a good job, you know, but you know what? I do not feel respected from them. And I dare say that there's a lot of grandparents, and I'll say grandparents because this is the position I'm in at the moment. A lot of grandparents, the ones that are there, the ones that do it, you know, the ones that stick it out. You know, when he turns 18, and they come to him when they're, you know, 12 and tell them that they've got rights. Oh, you got a right to get up and walk out if you don't like it. Well, gee whiz, kids, a lot of kids, I never used to like it when my mum and dad did it. But you know what? The best place for them is to stay where they are, especially when they're looked after and they're loved. But no, to answer that question, never ever felt respected by docs.
So does he work for docs?
Yeah.
Is case officer?
Yeah.
And what sort of supports have they given you over the years?
They things that I've asked for, like they've never carried through on. When I had a breakdown a few months back, I was asking them and asking them and asking them, you know, to get somebody. For years I've been asking them to get me an Aboriginal, if they could find me an Aboriginal organisation that could sort of do things for everything you ask them, they do the opposite. I asked for a male mentor for him. I keep getting women. She's got to be a very special sort of woman to be able to handle or talk to and get him on her side. If he doesn't like you, he'll tell you. Through the long time care, we had workers that come here with one of our, and the thing is, I keep having people come in and out of their lives, which is when you're autistic, even just slightly, that's a no-no. Everybody gets anxiety attacks before anything.
So you've been asking for supports and you've asked for there's a word they call respite to support you.
They got me that. They got me the respite. Well, it's only about, look, he stopped that about a year ago, and then he said to me, Nan, I would like to go back to respite. When they go to respite, they take, I got him respite back. Now he's back to, because he's 16, you've got to remember. But when they take him to respite, there was no one else there. It was just him and the workers, or the worker. So I said to him, why don't you want to go to respite? He said, because they don't do nothing then. They don't take him out. They don't take him even just for bushwalks. That costs nothing. I give him money. I give him money every time he goes to respite. If I can't afford 100, I give him 50. I always maintain that I give him 50, you know, because at least he's got something to sort of, his first respite, his first carers that he used to have, well, or mentors, he was good. He was with him for a long time, and then he stopped. But as for respite, that's actually stopped because he doesn't do nothing. He literally doesn't. And I've been asking docs, and this is long before now, you know, can you get him somewhere where he might go and mix with other like-minded kids, and you've got people there that know how to handle them, because like I said, he's not like he used to be, where he used to be strong, never used to be scared, used to, and that's even as a kid, you know. But since the accident, he's a bit reserved. He'll stand back, he'll take notice, but it doesn't sink in properly. And I know him. I mean, I could read him like the back of my hand. You know, he's a very scared little fella.
And have you ever worked with a First Nations person within the doc's office?
No, only had one, and they moved her on. This is what they do wrong too. And maybe I don't know how much you can do, but maybe it's something that you can mention, is stop moving the caseworkers on when they feel that they're getting too familiar with that family. That's what it's all about, is to know the family.
How many caseworkers has Crowley had?
I've lost count. I seriously have lost count. I think what it is the caseworker becomes familiar with the family, and they know that they can see that I'm a good nanny. You know, and I'll say that about myself. I am a good grandmother. But and then not long when they start becoming too familiar with the family, then they move them on. That's all I can say about that. There's not much more I can say about that. And then you just got to put up with whoever comes along next and get to know them and things like that. You know, it's not just that's got to get to know them. It's the whole family, me, and because my household is my kids come and go, my grandkids come and go. I've raised 9 of my grandchildren, and they still come and go. My house is an open house to them. You know, they walk in, they walk to the fridge. They don't even say, "Nan, can I get a drink?" You know?
And have you found that docs have acted culturally appropriately towards you?
No, never have.
What sort of things are culturally inappropriate?
Okay. When they walk in, you don't just walk in up in. Yeah, they've tried to do it a couple of times, not just the ones I got now, but over the years, they've walked in and they've thought it was all right to walk straight up into the room. And I said, hey, pull back there. You know, I said, you don't do that. You don't just walk into my house and walk straight up into the room, you know, just to see the kids. If you want them, I'll go and get them. Or if you ask me, can you go in there, I'll say yes or no. But I won't do that unless I've known them for a while and see what they're really like. Because docs, they don't, how can I, it's really hard to sort of put into words. They don't have respect for anybody else outside of themselves and what they're doing. And they always use the department. They do this and they do that for the department. The department, as I said before, the Minister for Child Protection, he should be protecting them. Half the time he's not, because he doesn't know what's going on.
After the accident, you mentioned that being given an NDIS package.
Yes.
When did you get that?
About a year ago.
And did you get help to get the NDIS package?
From Long Time Care. Well, I say I don't know what it really is, but it's Long Time Care to me. She's the one that works for Randwick Hospital. She helped get that, most of that through. In saying a lot of that, but since sort of come in to work with the other, it's like as if a lot of things have stopped in the sense of trying to help him. I told them that, you know what, nothing's been done. Nothing has been done. And what I do get scared of is I don't want to be taken from me, because he's in a loving environment, little shit he is, but he's in a loving environment. But you know what they do with them kids when they take them from their parents? And they just take them. They put them into refuges. You know, tell me where the sense is in that, unless they're in a lot of danger.
Yeah. And just going back to the NDIS package, when so you mentioned it helped you. What was in the package? Do you remember how much it was all worth?
75,600 and so many cents.
And what kind of things were included? What supports?
Cultural things. Then, when Craig got me to sign these papers and I read it, there was camping, mentoring. Craig had got him this mentor. Since he started coming to see, his respect for me has changed, as well as slowing down with everybody else. I can't say any more than that. He's, you know, just Paul just changing his attitude about things, you know.
So is Paul a First Nations man?
Yes.
And why is it so important for to have a First Nations man mentoring a young man?
Okay. We've had males and even females that's tried. But we've had males. For him, it's important to me because culturally they know how to speak to them, how to, and if you've got a mentor who's got to know this sort of thing, which is what Paul, I'll give you a little example. Well, I started telling you before, when the boys come home one day, Paul was already here and he was inside here talking to me. And walked in and he's gone, hell no, I'm not effing going anywhere with you today. I'm not going anywhere. That was all right. Paul goes, that's all right, bud. That's all right. I'll sit here and talk to your nan. Now that day, I had about 6 or 7 other boys walked in with them from school that day. They all went in the kitchen, they was all getting a drink, they was all blah, 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 and they was frenzied about something that happened at school. I don't know if it was some girl they were going on, but they was really, you know how they just get frenzied and they'd all laugh and joke and things like that. And Paul just sat there and was out there with them and mixing in with them, and they was all talking. I think it was something that happened at school anyhow. And Paul was just sitting there, and then he'd sort of ask a question every now and again. And if you know what I mean, why I mean them being frenzied about something, it's like no one else can get in, you know, it's just them. And Paul, by the end of the situation here, Paul had them all out here in my lounge, all talking to him, telling them what happened and things like that. And he even got up and went with him. Wasn't very long, because I'm not going to go for very long, you know. But he didn't He didn't push anything, you know. What more can I say about that part of it? You know, it's to me, and I think I've seen the results by having a cultural, somebody cultural with him, how much more he's come down, how much more respect he shows, how much more he's willing to get in and do something. And this is what it's all about, isn't it? You know, getting these kids to participate in things.
And how important is culture to well-being?
For me, I think what more can I say? You know, I see the cultural side of things. You know, and I hate saying this, but I've grown up in all us blackfellas have all grown up in a white society, you know, and we're supposed to live like that. But at the end of the day, we are who we are. I'm Aboriginal. There's no sitting on the fence. There's no, you know, deciding what I'm going to be today, because I am a little bit fair, you know, but I don't sit on a fence. I'm Aboriginal right from the word go. My parents were Aboriginal, and for me to deny my Aboriginality is for me to deny my parents.
And so if you were explaining it to non-Indigenous people that didn't understand, how important is identity for Aboriginal people?
It's very, to me, that's a silly question, okay? Because you've just got to look at us Aboriginals, you know? Look at how happy we are. And we have nothing. We are treated the way we're treated, yet we can still smile and get on and have fun within ourselves. And, you know, and that might sound a bit stupid to you. I don't know about the rest of them. But to me, that's, you know, you walk into a place. You know, I see kids that are taken that walks in somewhere, and you know that they're Aboriginal, yet they stand back, you know, because they've never known how to act. I don't know how much more I can explain that. Being Aboriginal is everything to me, to a lot of Aboriginals. It's everything. It's a part of belonging.
Yeah, no, I appreciate they probably sound like silly questions, and I think that's why it's so important to hear from you about why it's so linked to who you are, so that people who don't understand will hear your words. So
it is a part of belonging. You know that you belong somewhere, you know. These kids that are taken, you know, can I just say this? For a white kid to be taken, they haven't got issues because they're white, so they're accepted straight away. For a black kid to be taken, they've got to learn to fit in.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what it means being a grandmother, particularly the cultural side of what a grandmother in the Aboriginal community is?
What I'm doing, you know, you take care of your kids the best you can, you know. I've been my biggest, this is from when he was a baby, when he had, like, he was diagnosed with ADHD when he started school. They say to me, one of my grandchildren, one of my boys, he says, all my dad was a sperm donor, you know. Crowley said it to me probably about a year, maybe 2 years ago. He said, you know, Nan, he said, I'm glad that we got to stay with you because I know all of my cousins, I know all my uncles and aunties, and we can go to do's and he knows them all. Do you know what I mean? So that, to me, that said it, you know.
Now, I just wanted to take you back to the NDIS package, and you said that earlier that some of the services aren't being provided at the moment. Can you explain what's not being provided?
Mentoring for start, because it was stopped. Gyms, because he's very weak in both a leg and an arm from this accident. Yeah, just someone to come down. When he knew, well, look, when he knew that Paul wasn't coming anymore, and I don't know if this is appropriate to what you're asking me, but when he knew Paul wasn't coming down anymore, oh, the carrying on here he had. And it was Paul. He wanted to see Paul. And you know, there's nothing going on there because Paul's just a good bloody, look, he's into sport, you know. Even rang up, Paul even had him talking to one of the Fafita brothers, the one that plays for Canberra, you know. He's just into sport. Look, I don't know what it is, but it's not just Paul that's related to him. It's Craig. Craig has related to him too, but he thinks more of Paul, I think, because Paul's the one that's there, you know, because Craig's got a thing that he's got to run. So he comes down, he was coming down every so often, and this was all written into the NDIS package. I should have gotten that package to have a look at it and tell you what it was all about. But everything about this meeting is the only thing that's ever been done for him since this NDIS came in is this computer has been bought. And they bought that because we needed it for this meeting. But nothing. When I was talking to, we had a meeting in at the community centre. And we met this fellow by the name of Calvin. And I liked him. I told him all about Craig, but this was later on after the meeting. But the meeting you could cut a knife through because I told straight I don't like her. I think she's a backstabber when she didn't even consider. And I told her and Craig, this has nothing to do with yous. This is supposed to be what's been the best for. He's got the money and nothing's been done, you know. But it's a situation where caseworkers have got to learn. It's not just a matter of having that authority to be able to do what you're doing. Or, you know, I can come in and just stop something or take you, you know. Hell, I went through that with my daughter, you know. She had to stay in the hospital. I brought her home the day I brought her home because I was only 15. But the day I brought her home, I was nearly 16 actually. The day I brought her home, she, the welfare was there, right there on the mish, you know. And anyhow, we all sort of started panicking, you know. And my daughter would have been a taken child as a baby, you know, but my mum, and it was 69, my mum said to them, you know what, you put your foot inside my doorstep, and she said, and I'll guarantee you one of you will die, you know. She had the knife, But she did ask him, what are you doing here? And Mr. Dawn has gone, oh, we just come to get the baby. And Mum says, why? And they said, because she, meaning me, won't be able to take care of it. Yet I seen something up on, you know what? Back in the day and even now, they think blackfellas can't take care of their kids, yet they take them and they've got to be babysitters for them.
So many generations of this happening is what you're saying, huh?
Yep, and still happening. Do you know, I used to run from them when I was little and hide. Mum and Dad would tell me to run. You know, we all used to run over the sand hills, and we'd have to lay down. You know, if you could be a thin piece of stick, that's how we were. You know, we used to, if we couldn't run up around there, we'd run under the house, hide under the house and hide behind those little pillows. You know, we'd run to the furthest end of the under the house and hide behind those pillows that they have the house standing on. So, you know, I know what trauma is. I know what, you know, how, and what right have they got to take away anybody's liberties? You know, and especially when you're a grandmother like me, they come, they see me, they know me. I don't drink, I don't smoke, you know. I won't say I don't drink, but I have a nip here and there, but I've never drank.
Can I ask, do you know why Paul stopped coming?
Because there was the NDIS was stopped. I read the agreement and I signed them all. They were sent to docs, and that's when it was, well, you know, they're still in the minister's care and this isn't going to happen. And when they stopped, Paul, you know, I've got to deal, this is what I said when she said, oh, he's still a part of the minister, he's still under the minister's care. And I said, oh, so the minister doesn't take care of him. The minister doesn't put up with all the bullshit from him. The minister doesn't come and see him to see how he's going. I said, the minister hasn't had to sign papers and things for him.
So docs have stopped it from happening?
Yep. The funny thing is the day that rang me up and said that she was the new caseworker and she was coming out on this day, it was already arranged for Craig to come down and we make some arrangements. Now, you've got to remember, Craig was doing all of this without pay to start off with, and it took me 3 months to get in touch with him because I had a breakdown. I was coming to a breakdown because this is how frustrating it is. I've got to keep repeating myself. Docs has never helped me in, you know, they come and they ask you the questions, but nothing ever really gets done. Well, it was all about we could do. And like I said, everything that we tried to get going for, it's like it doesn't go anywhere because of all this docs business. You know, docs have got to look at things. They've got to see the real side of things. They've got to. Can I have a 3 or 4 minute break, please?
Yes.
Because I'm starting to get a bit frustrated about what docs haven't done. You know, to me, you should be here in me house. You should see how he hasn't had ongoing rehabilitation for his legs and arms. Mind you, he mucks up a little bit, but you know, this all comes within the accident business side of things. You know, nothing has been done for him except for that he goes to see Dr. Evans, you know, and saying he doesn't want to go and see him because it's always the same thing. Weight, height, you know, how good he's doing and things like this. There's been nothing done by docs. You know, really and truly down the road. They might, certain things might, but I've been asking for help, you know, get me a culturally side of things. So have a better understanding of his culture. He doesn't really mix, he knows a lot of black fellas, don't get me wrong, you know, but his behaviour dictated that a lot too, I think. He knows a lot of people, black and white, but like I said, a lot of his behaviour dictated a lot of that, getting to know him and who he is and what he does, you know.
And what do you hope for the future for?
All I want is to be able to socialise in the future, to be able to calm down, to be able to talk to people, to be able to apprehend what's been said so that he can make a conversation back. That's all I want for him to be able to, and I've always maintained this through, even when before he had the accident and things. I want him to be able to socialise in life. I want, you know, I even asked him about going into the Paralympics, but you know what? He won't be able to do that because his anger is so, and his anger comes up because if there's too many people there, then he starts panicking. So, but all I want for him is to be able to socialise, to be able to talk to people, to be able to look after himself. None of the basics have been, I said to him the other day, you know, because I've always said you're going to have to come out here and learn how to cook, you know. He said, I already do. And I said, well, no, you don't. I said, you don't even know how to put a bloody egg on to boil, you know. So I said, you've got to, these are the things that you've got to learn. And I've always put it this way. It's not that it's not trying to learn, because all the rest of them, my kids and my grannies, they all know how to cook because they watch me, you know. Case, he feels that he can put things on in the microwave and things, but I just want him to be able to socialise. That's my basic. I just want him to be able to socialise and be able to talk to people and to be able to understand what they're saying to him. You know, when he was at school and he said, school's not for me, Nan. School's not for me. That's fair enough. That's fair enough because it's not for everybody, you know. But in saying that, I told him it helps you make friends, you know. I don't know what more I could possibly say, but what I want the department to understand is when they take these children, whether whether they're in a good frame of mind or a bad frame of mind, when they take these kids, it's not what they think. And they've got to try and help the situation, whatever it was before the kids were taken. Okay? They've got to try and help that situation first. Not just take them off, put them in somebody's care and leave them. That can't be. You've got to, before they start growing up, because you've got to remember they grow up and they end up going back to their parents, but in a bad manner. You know, they go back thinking that they've got to punish their parents for something, for them being taken. And they've got to also start understanding. They've got to look at the situation and try and deal with that situation in a positive manner. Not just take the kids and they're palmed off to somebody. They've got to try and get them back with their parents, because this is where a lot of the behavioural problems start, is because they don't know themselves. And then you take that away by putting them into guardianship.
Yeah, I understand that, Aunt. So my last question is, if you could make a recommendation to the Royal Commission, what would it be?
To take a real good look at the situation before you take these kids, whether they be black or white. And I know I shouldn't. I'm only here to talk about whether they're black or white. You've really got to take a look at the situation and think because I've dealt with a few DOCS workers, and when they don't like a situation, their mindset is fixated on what they want, not what they want for the better of the kids. Just taking kids in better in their lives, trying to work with them and their parents or grandparents, that will better their lives, and at least they will get a better sense of self by knowing things have been tried.
Chair, that completes the recording of Auntie Audrey's statement. Could I ask, Chair, if we could have a short break for about 10 minutes for pre-recording statement of Brandon? That goes for about 45 minutes.
And Brandon is Aunt Audrey's grandson.
That's so.
I wonder if you could help me, because I'm not really very clear about what you're going to ask the commissioners to do with the evidence that we have heard. I rather gathered from your opening that you don't propose to ask the commissioners to make findings about at least some of the case studies that will be the subject of evidence, and I assume that includes Brandon's case.
Yes.
I have read the statement of Ms. Stoko, which you have tendered in evidence. It's clear from that statement that DOCS has a different perception of some matters than Aunt Audrey. I'm not casting any doubt upon her evidence, but we have different perceptions of the situation. There are also a whole series of questions that occur to me about the formal position. I infer from Ms. Stoko's evidence that at some stage an order has been made that Brandon be placed in the care and control of the minister by reason of a determination, I assume, that he was in need of care and protection. I don't know whether we're going to be provided with material that explains why such an order was made and whether there are any relevant circumstances associated with it. Ms. Stoko's statement basically goes to the NDIS situation, and her statement accords with what Aunt Audrey said, namely that of the $70,000 allocated, $1,500 has been spent, and I rather gather from Ms. Stoko's evidence that there's been a series of issues with the proposed manager and a substitute for the proposed manager. What I'm not clear about, and maybe this is something you have to think about, is what are we to do with the evidence if we're not invited and cannot make findings about what has actually transpired in Brandon's case. I'm not quite clear on the material that I've seen so far what formal orders, if any, have been made for Brandon's out-of-home care. I appreciate that he's in the care and custody of the minister, until the age of 18, but I presume at some stage there must have been some directions or orders made in relation to out-of-home care. There's another element, apparently, that Brandon received support from iCare and has for some time arising out of the accident in 2014. I assume that is part of the provision of services under a no-fault scheme, although perhaps it's got something to do with an action brought on his behalf against whoever was responsible for the accident. I simply don't know. So these are queries that I've got. I understand the force of the evidence that Aunt Audrey is giving, but if that evidence is to be divorced from any findings, I wonder what it is you're going to ask us to do with it. You don't need to answer that now, but I would appreciate some assistance on that in due course.
Yes.
And it may be that Ms. Finesse has something to say about this as well.
Yes.
All
Yes,
right. Well, unless Ms. Finesse wants to say something right now, I don't require her to do so. We'll adjourn it's now just after 2:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. We'll resume at 2:45 for Brandon's evidence to be adduced in the same way.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned. The Royal Commission is now resumed.
Yes, Mr. Crowley.
Thank you, Chair. We'll now continue this afternoon with the pre-recorded statement of Brandon. A copy of the transcript of Brandon's pre-recorded evidence is in the tender bundle, Part A at tab 5. I tender that pre-recorded statement and ask that it be marked as Exhibit 16.4, Chair.
Yes, that statement may be admitted and will be given the marking of Exhibit 16.4. Thank you.
And there are some documents that accompany that, which are in relation to a statement produced by the National Disability Insurance Agency. Those documents, Commissioners, are in the tender bundle Part A at tabs 6 to 23. And I tender that material and ask that it be marked as Exhibit 16.4.1 through to 16.4.18, please.
Yes, that can be done. Thank you.
And if we could now have, please, the pre-recorded statement of Brandon played.
Yes.
Chair, if I might just before that occurs, Chair, you indicated that you may seek some submissions from us in relation to the matters that arose before the break. I would wish to make some submissions in respect of those matters, but perhaps it can be most conveniently done at the end of the day.
Yeah, I didn't actually ask for submissions. I just asked Mr. Crowley to clarify what he is suggesting we do with the material as far as commissions are concerned. You'll obviously have the opportunity to make any submissions that are appropriate, having regard to what Mr. Crowley advises as to his proposals that he will put to the commissioners. But I wouldn't regard that just at this stage as submissions. We can then work out where we go with any submissions.
I'm sorry, Chair. I understood from the transcript that we can obviously check that you did indicate that you would call upon me, but not necessarily.
No, I just wanted to see if you had anything to add to the interchange between myself and Mr. Crowley.
I do, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you want to say something, please do it.
I'm happy to do it at the end of the day and not interrupt the evidence proposed.
All right. Well, we'll do it at the end of the day. Just remind me in case I flee from the room, having regard to the time of week. Yes, Mr. Crowley.
Yes, if we could have the statement of Brandon now played, please. It's 9th of September 2021, and I'm having a chat here with and his nan, Auntie. Now the recording's on, so each of you now, if you want to just say hello and just tell us who you are. Let's start
Who
with
we're
you.
going to start with?
Yeah, let's start with you, Auntie.
My name's I'm grandmother. I've had him since he was about 2 years old. I had him since he was 10 months old to start with, and then I had him after that. And then he went back to his mum, and then he'd come back with his siblings. They brought him to me. I have been with him since day one, and he's been with him through all of his accident, which brought him to this point. But may I say that I have felt that I've never ever got real help for him over the years.
Yeah. Thanks, Auntie. And you want to say hello for us?
Hi, I used to play football a couple of years back, and I stopped playing because of COVID. And yeah, that's it really.
All right. I've got some questions that I wanted to ask you and just have a chat to you. So I've got a few things that I'd like to talk to you about. So if you can tell me as best as you can about some of the things I ask, that'd be great. Okay. So your Nan was just saying there that you live with her. Just tell us what it's like if you could. What's it like living with Nan?
Well, it's all right. I get woke up earlier every morning, which I don't really like.
Yeah.
She gets me to take me tablets every morning.
That's part of every day.
Yeah. And she mostly gets me to really clean up the house, like take out the rubbish and everything. Most of the time, not all the time, but sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, so there's some of the jobs you do at home.
Yeah.
What about the things that are good about living with Nan? What sort of things do you like about living with Nan?
That I get to eat.
Yeah, is she a good cook?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favourite thing that she makes?
Probably the pasta.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What else is good about living with Nan?
I don't know, probably.
That you looked after.
Yeah, that I'm looked after, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she looks after you there at home.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to tell him, though, it's not always like that. We have our ups and downs.
What do you mean?
Like this morning, we had our little bit of an argument.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, well, you got to tell them, you know.
No.
Everything's not peaches.
I don't know this.
You know.
Everything's just hell.
You got to tell them.
For me, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you some more questions.
Sorry.
Right. And as we go, you can tell me whatever you think comes to mind. Okay. I didn't ask you before. How old are you?
16, turning 17 in 3 to 4 months.
Okay. And okay, so 17 next birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. And then and what about at home there? Who else lives at home with you and Nan?
That's it, actually, just me and Nan.
You two. That's why you have to do all the chores.
Yeah.
Okay, you can talk now.
Are you going to school at the moment?
No, I was going to school, and then I ended up stopping because I was trying to get a job.
Yeah.
And then when I went down to go look for a job, they said that I had to be at school and have my white card and everything.
Oh yeah. What sort of job were you looking for?
Like I want like a scaffolding kind of job.
Yeah. You like going up high?
Yeah, I like building things up high and all that.
Oh yeah. And what do you have to do to get your white card?
Oh, I'm not really sure about that, really.
Do you know who you can do that through, or where you got to go to get that?
Well, they said to me I have to go to my GP and all that.
Yeah. And is that one of the things you're looking to do, get your white card?
Yeah, because I really want the scaffolding job.
Yeah, yeah. And what about school? How did you like it at school? Was it good?
Yeah, it was all right. It could be a bit of a pain sometimes.
Yeah, what was painful about it, apart from the schoolwork?
Friggin' most of the teachers like telling me what to do, really.
And what was your favourite subject at school? Did you have one?
Math.
Oh, maths, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Could
was
we
not
just
my
have
favourite
Could we
subject.
just have a second? Could we just have a second?
What?
I won't let them see.
You okay?
Yeah, just give us a second.
Okay.
If you want.
I think it'd help a lot. No, I really do. But it's up to you if you want to do it or not, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and with school, like I was trying to get my white card, but then I ended up getting one day during the year, I ended up getting into a fight with 4 people in the one day, and then I ended up getting expelled.
Ah. And when you were trying to get the white card, that was something you could do at school, was it?
Yeah.
And
But I didn't know that. But by the time I was going to get the white card, I would have got
What
expelled.
about since that time? Have you thought about whether you would go back to school, or do you want to go back to school?
Like, I do want to go back to school. I do, but like, I just don't really. I don't always wake up early before the bell goes.
Yeah. And what about when you're at school? Was it hard there at school?
Like, it was sometimes, but not all the time.
And did you have anyone helping you there at the school apart from the teachers?
My brother was helping me sometimes when he was down in my classroom.
And if you could go back to school, what do you think would be good that would help you so you could do your school?
Probably like, I don't know, because I like going outside all the time. Because like me personally, I can't stay in a room for so long without moving.
Yeah.
So probably the easiest way for probably me to learn is probably by making the classroom an outside like learning session or something. Like
okay.
Yeah, he did. Look, if I can intervene.
Yes, Arnie.
He did have somebody that was there with him. He had it all through primary school, and then the minute he started high school, he had somebody there with him, and then everything just went haywire when they couldn't get somebody to work with him. There was a lot going on, and there was one particular, they put a teacher in the room that basically was not experienced in any of. They made her the head of the that special class, and when she had no experience with kids like this, and she was one of these people that was the kids have to perform, if you know what I mean, to do good. Look, there was a lot going on. We won't go into it if you don't want us to.
No, that's fine.
But just, and then the thing is she was there all the time. And when the headmaster tried to better things, but she was there all the time, and her and just clashed because she didn't really understand that he needed time out and things like that.
Yeah. Okay. And I was talking to you before about your caseworker. Do you ever talk to about wanting to go back to school, or how you might be able to go back to do school?
No, I don't really talk to that much anymore.
What about talking to her about getting a job and going for your white card?
I told her to be honest about vibe. I told her to be honest.
I would talk to her about
Can you
getting a
talk to her
job.
about those things at all?
Like I can, but I don't really like her in the manner of, I don't know, like talking to her in that way.
Yeah. Not comfortable?
Yeah, I ain't comfortable with talking to her very much.
And why do you think that is?
I don't really know, to be honest. Probably because I don't know. Like, me and her have clashed a couple of times. I can admit that. Like, in the swearing way, you know, like clashed. Like I have swore at her a couple of times. Like, I can admit that. And like, I have told her to leave me alone a couple of times as well, but she hasn't done that either. And I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it would make a difference, or would be easier for you to talk to someone like that if it was a man instead of a woman?
Yeah, probably would help me, actually.
Yeah. And what about if you had an Aboriginal caseworker?
Yeah, that'll make it more easier.
Why do you think that would be easier?
Probably because they would like understand me more.
Yeah. Think it might be a bit better understanding between you?
Yeah.
And do you think you would feel more comfortable with that sort of situation?
Yeah, I would feel way more comfortable.
I want to.
What happened with Paul and everything too, and Uncle Craig, and what happened next. This is what it's all about, my boy.
Yeah, all right. Just take a moment. I want to ask you some more things. We've been talking about school and that sort of stuff, but we sort of jumped ahead because I remember I asked you before who else lives at the home there. I didn't ask you yet more about whether you got any brothers and sisters. You got brothers and sisters?
Yeah. I have 2 sisters and 2 brothers.
And who's the oldest?
The oldest brother.
Yeah, and where are you in the family amongst your brothers?
There goes, and then there's my older sister. Then there's my other older brother, and then there's me, and then there's my younger sister.
Ah, right, okay. So you're not the youngest, but you're at the other end.
You're the fourth.
Yeah, I'm the fourth one.
Yeah, okay. And what about rest of your family? Who else is there in the rest of your family?
There's my mum. Not really dad, because I don't really talk to him anymore.
Yeah. What sort of contact do you have?
With dad,
Yeah.
I don't really talk to him whatsoever, really. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
And with mum?
Well, like, I do talk to her a lot, but she doesn't really listen to me though. She mostly freaking raves on to my other brother, the oldest one.
Yeah, okay. Do you listen to her?
Yeah, sometimes.
About as much as he listens to me.
I was going to say, what about Nan? Listen to Nan?
Yeah.
Sometimes?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Well, it's probably a good thing. Okay. Let me ask you about other people. What about cousins and uncles and aunts? Do you have much? You see them much?
I see them a lot, actually.
Yeah. They're good?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think's good about seeing the rest of the family like that?
That it's mostly fun. We have fun.
Yeah. Yeah. What sort of things do you do?
Like we play football. We friggin' go places. Friggin' I don't know. Jump on trampoline.
Yeah, okay. Sounds fun.
He's not a real talker, but he's doing well.
Oh, he's doing a great job. He's doing really well. Okay, I want to ask you some more things then about the sort of things that you get up to and what you like to do. You talked before about you used to play football. Tell us about that. When did you used to play footy?
Well, I played football for a long time. I played it since I was how old then? Like 5. Since I was 5.
Yeah.
And I played from 5 until I was 16.
Yeah. And what position did you play?
Well, from 5 till 9, I played fullback. And then from there on, I played second row.
Oh, yeah. Lost all your pace.
No, I'm saying that, no.
Okay.
Okay. And what did you like about playing football?
Most of it I was with my mates, really.
Yeah, you had mates in the team?
Yeah, I had a lot of friends in my team, actually.
Yeah. And why did you stop playing?
Friggin' because my mates stopped, really. That's really why.
Yeah. You reckon you'd like to still be playing footy?
Yeah.
Is that something you could do still, you reckon?
Yeah, I could.
Mm. And is there something stopping you from doing that?
It's mostly COVID, really.
Yeah. Makes it a bit hard for everything. And what about other than footy? What other things do you like to do?
Well, I like riding motorbikes.
Yeah. Have you got a motorbike?
No, I did at one stage.
Yeah. And where do you do that?
Not from me.
Where do you go riding the motorbike?
Mostly in the paddocks.
Yeah. And is that something you do with your friends as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about these days during lockdown and things like that? What sort of things can you do at home?
Nothing really. Mostly just sitting in my room playing the game, really.
And torment me.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
What sort of game? You're talking about computer games?
No, like Xbox games.
And apart from that, are there other things that you like to do at home at Nan's?
Not really.
There's not much to do, really.
There's not much to do here, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What about when you can go out, when you could go out? What sort of things would you like to do?
Go down. Go over to the park. Go kick the football around.
Oh yeah. You catch up with mates there?
Yeah.
And what about since school? Is it harder to see friends since you finished doing school?
Yeah.
Let me ask you then about other things. You talked about seeing your family and doing fun things with them. What about any cultural things? Do you get to do any cultural things with family or with your friends?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment, no.
What about before?
Before I could, yeah.
Yeah, what sort of things?
Like with one of my friends before, me and him went fishing.
Could I just intervene a little bit?
Yeah, no.
I would like him to sort of, like, he does do them things and he goes fishing, but the main part of, since he's been in this position, he's got heaps of mates, don't get us wrong. He can go downtown, he can go anywhere he wants. And here everybody knows him. I mean, literally, they know him. He's a character.
Yeah.
But he's at the end of the day, they go home and he's left with nothing. In saying that, he goes up to his mother's, you come home, but what's the real problem here that stopped a lot of the things that are happening for him is the intervention of, she stopped a lot of, he had Paul coming down to twice a week, wasn't it? Twice a week.
Oh yeah.
You know, and that was his mentor.
Yeah.
That was coming down from Penrith. And that was his mentor. In the end, do you want to tell him about what happened in this situation? Or do you want me to? I'm sorry to say it, but a lot of things have stopped since she became his caseworker. A lot of things where it shouldn't have. She just stopped everything without any consideration, without any talks. And that's what she said. That everything that I signed, which was for him to go to the camps, for Craig and Paul to take him camping, for Craig and for Paul to come down to see him, how many hours and things like that, and what they were going to do. The gym for starters. Yeah. These are all things that are going to help.
Yes.
And I read the papers, but when I went back to the, she rang me up one day and basically told me that everything that I'd signed was null and void. And what? But you know what? In all of this, the one that has missed out is he's missed out.
Well, why don't you tell me about Paul and when he used to come and visit?
Well, he would take me places like for drives like down Kiama, Wollongong, and Bulla and all that, and take me to go kick the football around.
Oh yeah. How was
but,
that?
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. And would it be good if you had someone like Paul that you could still have come and visit and take you places like that?
Yeah.
Because it had nothing, absolutely nothing has been done since when he got on the NDIS. The only thing that's ever been done for him, because everything was stopped. You didn't tell him about, you went down, Paul took you down to sign you up for the gym, did you? No. They're all the things that you've got to tell them about, and then how it's, see, this is what I get. But it really has affected him in the sense of him not having that mentor there.
I was asking about when Uncle Paul used to come and visit, and you're telling us about the things that you used to do there and go places with Paul, and that was good. But your Nan said that hasn't been, you haven't had that for a while now. But you said it was something that you would like to do again. That's right? Now,
They can't understand you, Noddy.
Yeah.
Just tell me, what sort of things would you like to be doing if you had someone like a mentor like Paul?
I don't really know now.
Well, you said you used to go and kick the footy around. That's always a good one.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. And do you think if you had someone like that could come and visit, that might help you with things like, sorting out what to do about your white card and what things you might want to do about jobs and that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
What I was going to also ask you about is, are there other things that you like to do or you'd like to be doing that you think it'd be good if you could have some help so you could get to do those things?
No, not really.
What about, going out to places? You said you can go down and, that's, you used to be able to go out anyway, but going down, that would be something you could do. What about any other sort of sport or activity and things that you like doing? I reckon if you had somebody who could help you with those, it might be easier.
Do you understand? I'll ask you, do you understand what he means? But the thing has got to, see, I don't want to put words into your mouth.
No, that's okay.
I don't, like he had, Paul had him ready to go to, when he got the NDIS and Craig did up the plan for him, everything was in place. The gym was in place. Paul was coming down. They would go and do all the things that he said. See, he can't think of all of these.
Yeah.
But one of the main ones was because he's lost a lot of strength in his still a good footballer, but he's lost a lot of strength in his legs. And this is what the gym was all about. They had camping set up for him. They had mentoring. They had the gym. They were going to, and Paul were going to go with him to the gym. He had everything was just set up.
Well,
And then when I went and I signed everything.
let me ask you then about. Sorry, Auntie. Let me ask you about some of those things then. Your Nan's talking about the gym. You used to go down to the gym.
Yeah, I did.
Was it good?
Yeah.
And when's the last time you've been down to the gym?
Probably a couple months ago now.
Well, not really. Just since Paul hasn't been involved.
That was a couple of months ago.
That's about a year, isn't it?
Oh.
And what would Paul take you down there?
Yeah.
And did he used to help you train?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And you think that'd be something that'd be good if you had someone like that to help you go to the gym and train with you?
Yeah.
What about trips like that, camping and stuff like that?
Well, I don't really like camping.
Yeah. What about going out though on trips like that? That's something you'd like to do?
Do you understand what he means? Would you like Paul? Just say somebody like Paul come down and you keep going out and like just going. You know the way things were. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me ask you some other questions. And I don't have too many more for you. I wanted to ask you about what about going to see the doctor? Do you have to do that often?
Not so often as I used to.
Yeah.
But I still see the doctor about every 6 months.
Yeah. And is there one doctor you see, or different doctors?
Depends what I have to get.
Yeah.
Really.
Okay. And what sort of things you got to see the doctor about?
Like my heart. About like my strength and my legs and my arms.
Yeah, okay. All right. And I talked to you before about living with Nan and, you know, what was good and what was bad about living at Nan's. Let me ask you about this. Do you think that Nan could do with some help looking after you?
I don't understand.
Did you hear what he said?
No, I couldn't hear that bit. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'll let you tell him. I guess what you just said to me.
Didn't really understand that part.
Okay. What I was asking, do you think that Nan could use some help to look after you at home?
Go on.
In some ways, probably yes.
And with
what? Like, I don't know, like getting me up in the morning.
Yeah.
Thank you. Put it there. Look, can I just intervene again?
Yeah.
The thing is, what really helped was just having that mentor come here and taking him out for that few. When they started coming here, when he wasn't getting the help, he was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Weren't you? You got to answer properly. But with the mentoring, look, just a couple of hours a week, just them 2 days a week, I don't think anybody realised the effect that it has in the sense of helping.
Mm.
You know, it's just that break.
Yeah.
You know, break from everything.
Let me ask you about that. I heard that you used to go to respite care sometimes. You go out so that Nan could have a break for a bit. You remember doing that?
They can't understand it. Not.
How was that? Was it good?
But you need to talk to them and tell them what's happened and everything. This is why I didn't want. I'm only sitting there because you wanted me to.
That's okay, Auntie.
I need for you to tell them what it was like, and then when you got old enough and what happened, and you told me that you didn't want them, and you know, things like that.
What I was asking you just about when you used to go to respite, was there anything that you liked about doing that? They used to have anything that you liked doing there?
Not really.
And what didn't you like about it?
That was very boring.
Yeah, how come it was boring?
Because there's no games or anything to do.
Yeah. Were there other kids there too? Other friends there you could see?
No.
And did they ever have things for you to do there? Places
Not
you could go
really.
or do things, games, anything like that?
No, not really.
Can you explain to them what happened and why you stopped and everything like that?
What? Stop what?
Respite.
I was going to ask you about that. What happened with respite? Why did you stop?
Got to the point where it was that boring.
Yeah, you had enough of that.
Yeah.
Look, if he's with, he can't be with people that he doesn't know.
Yeah.
And that's why when he went to respite, he was on his own. At first, when he was little, because I'd give him money to take him places and things, and then that all fell through, didn't it?
Yeah.
With Matt at first, and the few that he did have, the respite was, I think, I don't know if he was getting older, therefore respite wasn't a part of his repertoire.
Yeah.
You know, he comes home and he tells me, you know, like he'd talk to me about it because I'd ask him how was it, and he would say, well, it was boring or it was good, and it depends who he had.
Yeah.
Whether they take him, like he had one that literally took him, what do you call it when you went mountain climbing?
What?
With Chris, remember?
What, mountain walking?
Mountain walking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he had one which cost nothing. And he took him mountain climbing and things like that. And yeah, a lot of good things because he was a sportsman. He was a sports teacher. So everything to do with got to be about sport. Take hold your head up.
Is there other things that you think would be good that might help you and help Nan to look after you at home? things that you would like?
I can't really think of anything at the moment.
You're nearly finished, and I'm asking you the big question here at the end, which is, you know, a big question. What would you wish for? Because I'd like to hear from you if you've got any ideas about things that might be better, or how things could be better for you.
Well, it could be better for me, in a sense of like me. I don't know really. The best way for me to continue on life itself is probably by going back to football, probably.
Yeah.
Can't go now.
He's asking in a sense, do you want something like what was happening with Paul? Do you know, like having somebody coming in and you just going out and having that few mentors and few hours, you know what I mean?
That's what I want to say. I want to go now.
But do you think that would help? I'm asking you now, do you think that would help?
No, it wouldn't. No.
Not to have somebody like Paul coming in?
No, not unless it was Paul himself.
And not unless it's Paul himself. Look, yeah.
All right. Well, let me last couple of questions for you. Talked about a couple of things about what you might want to do for a job, or, you know, playing footy again. Is there anything else that you can think about that you'd like to do in the future with your life?
No, not really.
And what about those things that we've talked about? Any way that you think something might be done to help you to do those things, or to give you some support, or Nan some support? If you could have a wish of those things.
Yeah, what would you wish for?
I don't know.
So I think he's done really, really well, even to just sit here this long.
Yeah, no, he has done really well.
And answer the questions in the best way he knows how.
All right, well, thanks. That's been really great of you to talk to us today. You've done a really good job, so I really thank you. It's been really nice to meet with you and with your Nan, to talk to you, and I really appreciate you doing that. You know, it takes a lot to, you know, meet with me and listen to me and answer questions like this, so I really thank you for your time.
I think next we're to hear from Auntie Winnie, are we not?
Yes, that's right, Chair, and I'll ask Ms. Tarago to introduce this last statement for the day.
Well, just before we do that, Auntie Winnie is dealing not with Brandon's case, but with another case.
Separate case, that's right.
Separate case. It
Yes.
might be convenient to ask Ms. Furness what she wanted to say at this point, and then we'll come to Auntie Winnie's evidence, if that's okay. Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. In order not to take up the time of the hearing in public, we have communicated with Senior Counsel assisting and those assisting the Royal Commission, and expect that we can resolve the matter between ourselves.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, if we can then proceed with Auntie Winnie's evidence, and Ms. Tarago will introduce that. Yes, thank you, Ms. Tarago.
Commissioners, lastly today we'll be hearing a pre-recording evidence of Auntie Winnie Woods, who's a First Nations grandmother from Wannan in the MPY lands in Western Australia, whose grandson was placed off country into out-of-home care. You'll find a copy of the transcript of Auntie Winnie's pre-recorded evidence in Tender Bundle Part A, tab 26. I tender this pre-recorded statement into evidence and ask that it be marked Exhibit 16.6.
Yes, the transcript of Auntie Winnie's evidence can be introduced into evidence as Exhibit 16.6.
Thank you. Before the recording is played, Commissioner Mason wishes to make a statement in relation to Auntie Winnie.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Mason.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Before the next witness is called, I wish to make a public statement. Miss Winnie Woods is known to me. She is another woman and she is family to me through my father, who was another man, Benjamin Wangathu Mason, MBE. So we are connected as family because we are all Ngāwhara people. Winnie and I, we respect each other as Ngāwhara women. However, we live far apart, so we have no interaction with each other in a close and personal way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Yes, Mr. Rugger.
Could the operator please play the pre-recording video from Auntie Winnie?
So, thank you, Auntie Winnie, for coming and speaking with us today.
Yeah.
Auntie Winnie, can you please tell me your name and where you're from?
I'm Winnie Woods, and I'm living at Wannan community, and same time on dialysis.
And where is your community? What state?
My community is Wannan, that's where I was born. It's my birthplace, birth country.
And
I lived in Jameson before.
And what language you speak?
Nganadara.
And any other one?
No, only Nganadara.
And
but I don't understand any language like Bidandara, Bindubi, and so on yet.
And you speak English as well?
Yeah.
And you're connected to MPY Women's Council?
Yeah.
And what do you do with them?
I used to work in Women's Council as a chairperson for 4 years. And most of my friends are still in Women's Council, so I know them very well.
So, Auntie Winnie, you're a senior member of the MPY Women's Council?
Yeah.
And what does that mean for if you're telling non-Indigenous people? What does it mean to be a senior member?
Just helping other ladies to understand if the white fellows are talking to them.
And you have a grandson named Josiah?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about him?
Yeah. He's got autism, and he was taken from the families to Perth, and he grew up with a carer, and we haven't been to Perth. We need to visit him, stay with him for like 1 or 2 weeks. He had no visitors from the families, and I shifted to Perth for a renal, and I had a chance to visit him. He used to come on the weekend to the hostel where we were staying while Mum was sick in hospital. So, yeah. And I told Josiah's carer, can you take her around to the hospital? She wants to visit him. She wants to see the boy. And so she did. She used to take him around like once a week, 1 or twice a week. Yeah. And she was happy to see him. And my doctor told me that she had a cancer, so that made me really, funny. As a mother, I just felt down. Everything was just I couldn't believe it. So I told Joshua's carer so she can bring him around to the hostel where we were staying. He could stay on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and get picked up Sunday afternoon to go home. But, yeah. And that part just made me feel really, really bad. I couldn't control myself. As a mother, I just felt very bad. And I was like, why the heck she's got this sickness? And I knew that she won't live longer. I knew it. Yeah. And when she passed on, I told Francis I want my grandson to come to the mother's funeral. But they didn't send him. I was really, really upset. So I was expecting him at that funeral. I don't know what went wrong. And, they shouldn't do that. I mean, they should really send him to a mother's funeral, and he didn't make it.
And Annie Winnie, do you remember how old Josiah was when he left?
About 9 or 8. Yeah. Now, when I was in Perth, I went to his 15th birthday party. And in Alice Springs, 18, I went to his 18th birthday. Yeah. And not this time, we missed it. Because of the coronavirus, we can't make it.
So now he is living in Alice Springs?
Yeah, he's in Alice Springs. And that's Alice Springs is closer instead of the city. So the family can visit him. I visit him now and then. The father was there and his cousins was visiting him. We would take him right around the township, show him the places and all that. And he loved it. He loved playing with his cousin. Yeah.
And Annie Winnie, is really important to you that he has connection with family?
Yeah, it's very important. And I can't visit him because it's still bigger in a coronavirus. For me, as a dialysis patient, I can't go into town. I got to stay till when that coronavirus settled down, then I'll go in to visit him as well for 2 weeks.
And when was the last time Josiah went home to country?
Nothing.
So now he's over 18.
They was talking about him to go home to see the families, and didn't get around to do it. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, some of the family really want to see him. Yeah.
And when Josiah left home to go to Perth, was he language speaker too?
No, he can't talk, can't say a word. Weird.
Is that for his disability?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't talk properly. Weird.
And when he's living on country, when he was younger, were there any disability support services?
Yeah, from Women's Council, they used to come around and visit him. Yeah. Visit all the disability kids in the lands. Yeah.
And did he go to Perth to get more services?
Yeah, probably. But same time, you know, she wasn't feeling well at that moment, that time. So we sent him in for fellowships, well education and all that.
And Arnie, when you were saying you met the carers during that time, do you remember how many times you might have sat down with the carers to talk about Josiah?
Where? In Perth?
Or anywhere?
No, they never used to sit down and talk to us. No, no.
And what about the department?
Department of
DCP?
No, I never had a chance to talk to them about Josiah. But most of the time I'm out in the lands.
And how far away is Perth from your homeland?
Too far. Too far. From here, probably 2 days traveling. By air, you can get there. No time.
So it's a long way from his country.
Yeah.
And when he went to Perth, were you allowed to talk to him on the phone or?
No, never used to talk to him. He just, yeah, I used to talk to him, but he never used to talk to me. He just had his phone on the ears and sit down and listen and smile. That's all he can do.
And Annie Winnie, how important is it for you to have connection as grandmother with him?
Very, very, very much.
And
I'm still got a gap in my heart. I'm still mending it up. You know, I always think I wish my daughter was alive to see his son. He's 80. He's going up to, I think he's 19. Yeah. I'm still recovering.
And Annie Winnie, there's very strong women connection there and the senior law women on country as mothers. Can you tell me why senior law women are very important in community?
Because they know every songs, they know every dance, and they can, get together with other ladies and like at Lauren concert, they can get together and start organizing the culture, dancing, singing. Yeah.
And do you think that carers and DCP should listen more to senior law women and grandmothers in community?
Yeah, they should. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't intend they should come out to the lands and see what's going on, what's happening out in the lands with the senior ladies. Yeah, especially on law and culture. We didn't have law and culture this year because it was coronavirus, so they had to stop it till next year. Mm.
And what do you hope for the future for Josiah?
I'm hoping if everything will go right with my grandson. Yeah.
And if you could make recommendations to the Royal Commission, what would you say?
Recommendation, what's that? Can you explain?
Yeah, if you could tell the commissioners what you think needs to change so that children like Josiah can live in the community. What things you think need to happen?
Yeah, soon is, but we're waiting for him to turn 20, probably 20, and we'll try get him out to the lands so he can live there.
So for you, you would like people like Josiah and for Josiah to be able to live on country and community with their family?
Yeah. Yeah, but will you see how it goes? Because it's a bit of a, as I said, we'll wait till he turn 20, then we'll ask the carer, we went him out in the lands.
And Auntie Winnie, do you think that community should be supported more for disability services?
Yeah, we should have, we need that. And we need one carer to stay in the community so he can, look after him, keep eye on him. Because I can't manage, I'm sick. So my partner's sick and my daughter's just about on the road to where I am. Yeah. So the father's okay, so we'll probably get him to come over to Jemison. Yeah. And look after, we can all look after him, take turns and look after him. Yeah.
And Auntie Winnie, is there anything else that you would like to tell the Royal Commission?
Anything like what?
Anything that's on your mind about Josiah or disability services?
Well, disability service are doing their job, okay, but I'm a bit concerned about my grandson. If he goes to the community, we'll all have to keep eye on him and see what he's up to. Yeah.
So Auntie Winnie, would you have any recommendations about housing in community that would help families?
Yeah, I know we've got a big house, 4-bedroom, 2 toilets, 2 bathrooms, but there's many kids staying in that house, and he doesn't like staying in the house with so many people. He just goes off. I think he's better off by himself in the house with like grandma and auntie and uncle. without any kids going in and running amok. He doesn't like it. Mm.
And do you think communities and homelands need more accommodation for people like Josiah?
Yeah, we need another house. If we going to get Josiah out on the lands, we'll have to get another house for him. Mm.
Thank you, Auntie Winnie.
Okay, thank you, dear. Bye. Nice talking to you.
You too.
Yes, Mr. Crowley.
Chair, that completes to present to the Commission today. If it's appropriate now, we could adjourn till Monday for the next part of the evidence.
Just before we do, perhaps you might indicate what is likely to happen on Monday for people who are following the proceedings.
Yes. So on Monday, we will commence with evidence about from Grace, who will speak about the care of Miriam, who is a young First Nations girl with disability. That will be in the morning session, and that will be evidence which will be by Grace giving oral evidence, and will include some pre-recorded artwork evidence involving Miriam. And then later in the day, there will be some evidence given by a number of witnesses in a panel from the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress service. And then following that, there'll be some
do any of those, or have any of those witnesses prepared statements that you intend to tender, or will all the evidence be oral?
There will be statements as well as oral evidence from those witnesses, and also from government witness from the Northern Territory as well.
Yes, thank you.
And the final witness for that day, we anticipate, Chair, will be from Dr. Andrew Webster from the Janilla Dilba Health Service, who will, in the afternoon, give his evidence, again, oral evidence with a statement.
Right. Thank you very much. Is it convenient then to adjourn until 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on Monday?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll do that. Thank you very much.
The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability is now adjourned.